He's going to share some ground rules related to the Zoom video portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Porter Arneal, and as the Mayor Ananda said, I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting. With me here is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. She will work alongside Mayor Ananda to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This is our first attempt at conducting a virtual City Commission meeting. Please be patient as we navigate this new format. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. Currently, I have everyone muted so we can talk through the general ground rules for tonight's meeting. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left hand of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over this icon. This will make it easier for everyone to hear the meeting. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In the meeting, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. Somewhere on your Zoom screen, you will also see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all of the meeting participants. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Ananda.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, April 14th, 2020 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We're very excited to be with you tonight. Everything seems to be going swimmingly so far. I want to do a quick roll call. So if our commissioners could unmute themselves for when I call for you to just say here, Brad Finkeldye, Vice Mayor Finkeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Boley.
Here.
Commissioner Shipley. Here. Okay, we are all present and accounted for. I've asked our City Clerk, Sherry Reedman, to share some of the ground rules for our meeting procedures.
Okay, so I just have a few items that I want to go over with everyone just to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met while we do this meeting virtually. First, I want to remind all the commissioners that you must state your name and title each time you speak. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. The mayor, you will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote, and I'll also assist with that. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also remember to state their name and title each time they speak. Members of the public are allowed to speak to certain agenda items, and these items were specifically noted on the meeting agenda, and some individuals have signed up to provide public comment via Zoom. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comment remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. I will notify the mayor, as we always do in the meetings, when the 3 minutes are up, and that it will be at her discretion to allow you to continue to wrap up your statement if you have not. At that point, the mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology. We are allowing them to attend a meeting here at City Hall. Staff present will direct those individuals to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols, and the regular 3-minute time limit will apply for those individuals as well. I just want to again remind everyone to please mute yourself when you are not speaking.
Thanks, Sherry. And I know that hopefully we'll all have a lot of grace with one another. As you can hear, there are several steps to each action that we take tonight. So I will not be offended if someone points out that I'm skipping something. Certainly we can support each other as we go through this. Before we get started, I did want to make a brief statement, given that we are experiencing so much as a community, a nation, and the world right now. I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge that. I want to thank the countless individuals out there every day on the front lines. This includes our city employees who drive trash trucks and city buses, ensure that we have clean water, and our first responders. It also includes healthcare workers, our doctors, nurses, administrators, social workers, and counselors, and employees of grocery stores stocking shelves, cooking food, working as cashiers, restaurant employees, gas station employees, and others. Also the folks that are nonprofits who even in the best of times work in extraordinary and crisis-driven situations. You have my admiration, my respect, and my thanks. As residents, it is our moral imperative to do what we can to keep these folks safe. Stay home, wear masks, wash hands, support our local businesses if you can, provide for each other, acknowledge that we are not all okay, and that there are and will continue to be losses and far-ranging impacts of this once in a generation event. Acknowledge that data is showing that this impact, it has a disparate effect on people of color and low-income households, and do what you are able to mitigate that impact. Our unified command consisting of county, city, and health department staff are leading the way through this event, and I am proud of the collaborative response that has kept Douglas County's numbers low. It is because of the unified command that we have been nimble in our ability to quickly respond as situations arise. We, as a community, must be able to do this in order to keep our vulnerable populations, including our homeless population, from falling through the cracks. I am thankful that we, as a community, are doing what we can to keep our residents safe. And I know that Craig and others in the Unified Command will continue to address this issue and these issues effectively as they arise. I'm proud of this community and of our residents. I want to remind folks to reach out when you need help. Take care of yourselves, your bodies, and your minds. And on a completely different note, I also want to mention the census. While the census is a priority for Lawrence, it's also now an issue of pride. Mayor Reddy of Manhattan has challenged me to a census showdown. On April 30th, the mayor of the city with the lowest response rate will have to wear a jersey of the opposing team to a city commission meeting. I know that no one in Lawrence wants to see their mayor wearing a purple K-State jersey at a city commission meeting. So go to my2020census.gov or call 844-330-2020 to participate in the 2020 census. If you know students who didn't return after spring break, they count too, and they can go to my2020census.gov to be counted in Lawrence, even if they weren't at their residence to receive their mailer. We can do this, Lawrence. Please spread the word. So, with that said, we can go ahead and get started on our regular agenda. Our first action will be to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes that our commissioners would like to make to the agenda?
No.
That was Lisa Larson.
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Lisa Larson.
Stuart Boley, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Larson, a second by Commissioner Bully. Now I need to go through as a roll call for the aye or nay votes. So Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Feekledine?
Aye.
And Mayor Nanda, aye. So that was passed unanimously. Sherry, did we do that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. It was nice to have a softball to start with. Okay. So item B is meeting procedures. We have before us, consider adopting resolution number 7315, adopting temporary meeting procedures during COVID-19 through April 2020. Are there any questions on this or any presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Basically, this resolution in front of you this evening is adopting these temporary meeting procedures during this unprecedented time. We tried to strike a balance between your desire for transparency and public involvement with the current emergency situation and requiring social distancing, and also our compliance with the Attorney General's regulations during this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you would have.
Mayor Nanda, is there any question for Diane?
Lisa Larson, no.
Any motion then?
This is Stuart Bowley, City Commissioner. I have a concern I'd like to share regarding these procedures, and that is when someone who contacts the city with an interest in commenting on an item that has not been selected for public comment during the meeting, I'd like to make sure that they're informed as to how they can submit written comment that will be considered by the commission before the meeting.
Mayor, we can certainly do that and relay that to staff.
So work for you, Stuart?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for Diane? We have a motion.
I move that we adopt, this is Stuart Bowley, City Commissioner. I move that we adopt Resolution 7315, adopting temporary meeting procedures during April 2020.
This is Lisa Larson, City Commission. I second that motion.
This is Jennifer Nanda, Mayor. We have a motion by Commissioner Bowley, a second by Commissioner Larson. Stuart Bowley, how say you?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda? Aye. So that is unanimously passed. Okay.
Mayor,
Good job.
Mayor,
All right, so our next item before our proclamations and presentations.
No.
Obviously, we are in an unprecedented situation in which we will not be reading all of these proclamations at this time. Of course, we want to acknowledge these very important proclamations that we have, and hopefully we have been doing that, and we will continue to do that via social media. And I'm going to go ahead and read the list of those. We have a proclamation proclaiming the month of April 2020 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Child Abuse Prevention Month, Fair Housing Month, Mathematics Awareness Month, and Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month. So normally we would read through those proclamations and receive presentations from the folks receiving those. But we will not be doing that at this time.
So you see what I did? You can actually private message.
Porter, did you need something from me?
Sherry does.
Mayor, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and I just had one statement I needed to make about that last item on the resolution, just to ensure that we're complying again with COMA. That resolution will be signed by the mayor and as authorized by the governing body. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, so now we will move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Only those items with yellow highlight are eligible for live public comment, and the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. We do have one item that has been pulled, D8B. Are there any other items that a member of the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Lisa Larson, Commissioner, no.
Stuart Bowley, Commissioner, no.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, no.
None. Courtney Shipley. Okay, so do we then have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item D8B. This is Stuart Bowley, City Commissioner.
Lisa Larson, City Commissioner, I second that.
Motion by Commissioner Bowley, second by Commissioner Larson. Stuart Bowley,
Aye.
Lisa Larson,
Aye.
Courtney Shipley. Aye. Rod Finkeldine.
Aye.
Mayor Nanda. Aye. That passes unanimously. And so we will now go to item D8B. And that is consider approving a special use permit. SCP-19-00567 for Bridgehaven Extended Care Facility General, located at 1701 Research Park Drive, submitted by Paul Werner Architects for Brockmeisters LLC, property owner of record. And we have, well, first, I guess, is there anything from staff on this item?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Becky Barber, a planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. I don't have a formal presentation for you tonight, but I am happy to answer any questions that you have. And also I wanted to note that our stormwater engineer, Matt Bond, is here if you have specific questions related to stormwater drainage, and the applicant is also here to help address any questions.
Any questions for staff? This is Mayor Nanda. Any questions for staff?
Lisa Larson, City Commission, no.
Sherry, do we need to go through every time, or do I just wait a reasonable amount of time to wait for a question? Do you think that we should all announce whether or not we have a question?
No, I think perhaps the commissioners could raise their hand, or maybe you just want to, after we hear public comment, they could just speak up and say if they have something to say. They don't need to state that they don't, just you could ask if any commissioners have comments, and then they would state their name and say what their comment is, but we don't need to say, no, we don't have comment.
Okay, thanks. I know everybody was jumping to mute and then unmute. Okay, so if there are no questions, then we will move to public comment on this item, which is Bob Siegel.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Bob Siegel, and my wife and I live at 5004 West 18th Street. I reported to the Planning Commission on February 26th concerning the damage that was done to my property last summer by Bridgehaven, and I sent that report to you to read last week along with a video. At that meeting, I showed the video of what the flood actually looked like. However, at the time, I did not mention that the video was actually the 2-inch rain that was 2 days after the 6-inch rain that caused the flood in my basement. However, the 2-inch rain did not push any water into my basement, but if you saw the 2-inch flood video of the river and pond in my backyard, which was pretty extreme, you can only imagine how much water came our way during the night of the 6-inch rain 2 days earlier. During the planning meeting, Matt Bond spoke and stated that it was a heavy rain and that's what caused the water in my basement. He's a civil engineer, but so am I. The fact is, all of the houses surrounding my neighbors and my house also received 6 inches of rain, and none of them had any basement damage. Only the 2 that received all the water from Bridgehaven had water in the basement. That is way too coincidental, considering that neither house had ever flooded before, and I don't believe in coincidences. The Planning Commission stated that they could do nothing to remedy my situation, but I disagree. You have the responsibility to see that when new structures are built, they don't impede on the rights of those living in the area. So I implore you not to approve the building of another building on this site at this time. Make them return to your next meeting to tell you that what they have done to stop this from happening again, and make them answer what they have done to satisfy our concern. If you don't, then you're condoning the damage that they caused to my property, and they have no reason to play by the rules that Matt Bond gave them the first time around. This is no different than disciplining a child. If you don't take action as a parent, then you're simply asking the child to repeat the same wrongdoing or even worse. If this is not reason enough to delay the wish of Bridgehaven to build another building, then I would ask what is. And don't ask me to seek legal representation. Stand up for me as a citizen of this community. You need not ask Bridgehaven to do anything at this meeting. Just delay the approval. Based on what I've shared with you today, they will know what to do, or they can be delayed again by you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, we will bring it back to the commission. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions for Matt. Is Matt Bond here?
I'm here.
Yeah, hi, Matt. This is Lisa Larson, City Commission. And, Mr. Siegel had indicated something about them not following the rules. Were there some rules that they were supposed to follow that didn't get followed through on?
The only thing I can think of is, and he can speak to this, is erosion and sediment control.
And they didn't do that?
Their erosion and sediment control was lacking in certain areas.
Okay. So is the water situation from the new site that's not developed yet, or is it from the existing current building?
It's coming off of the entire Bridgehaven parcel, plus it's coming off of the entire watershed is north of that location as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Other commissioner questions, comments?
This
Is
is
there-
Partner Pingley. Matt, I assume you looked at the stormwater plan for the site and the new building? And what's your analysis of that?
So I'll back up a second. So Lawrence's average annual rainfall is 39 inches per year. The night of the 6-inch rain, our 2 sanitary sewer lift stations have rain gauges both north and south of this location, and they registered 6.98 and 7.02 inches over that time span. Just to give you a breakdown, that equates to 18 inches of our annual rainfall in this particular rain event over that 12-hour time period. So I believe the intensity of the rain plus the saturation of the soil were probably the biggest contributing factors to this. And then the drainage ditch that ran along the west side of Bridgehaven had some sediment impairment, so it was pretty much the marriage of a perfect storm for what happened.
I got a question for Matt. Lisa Larson, City Commission, another question. And so for the project, is there anything that they can do to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, so what they did, and I worked with Bridgehaven pretty closely after all of the rain that we got last spring and summer, and they have restored the drainage path and taken additional steps to make sure that doesn't happen. That entire drainage way is now extremely well vegetated. They took good care in putting down erosion control blanket and rock check dams and so forth, so I can't guarantee that if we don't get another ridiculous rainstorm that people aren't going to see problems downstream, but I think they've done a pretty good job of mitigating everything they have.
This is Mayor Nanda. I just want to remind everyone, every single time we speak, we need to say who we are in our position. I apologize. I know it's awkward. Go ahead.
So Lisa Larson again, Commission. So the erosion control and sediment control that is not being adequately followed, you indicated. So if they do that, is that something that would alleviate the problem, or you think might alleviate the problem?
Yeah, this is Matt Bonsi, stormwater engineer. Yes, I think that, like I said, I think it was a marriage of perfect storms. I think you had sediment and erosion. You had sediment impairment in that channel that leads to the west, it goes back to the southwest off of their property, and I think that was probably one of the contributing factors, one of many.
Lisa Larson, City Commission again, and I know there's some sedimentation issues there that they continue to see problems with that. Is that something that the city's responsible for, dredging, or working to get the sediment removed?
No, the city is not responsible for that. The landowner is responsible for sediment removal.
Okay.
They're also responsible for the erosion and sediment control best management practices to limit that as best as possible.
Lisa Larson, City Commission again, and is the applicant here to answer questions?
Paul Warner Architects, and the owner, Robert Wilson's here as well. I mean, we want to be good neighbors. Robert, he was not the general contractor. I will not argue that all of the step controls were in the best, and that contractor would not be building bridges Bridgehaven 4. We like to think we are good neighbors, and it's a great campus. It's doing very well. Unfortunately, it's Robert provides a service that's very much needed. We are ready to start the 4th building, and look forward to working with Matt, and obviously making sure this never happens again. Happy to answer any questions, and Robert may want to chime in here.
Yeah, Lisa Larson, City Commission again. And I think this might go to Matt Bond, I'm not for sure, Matt. So, since they didn't provide adequate erosion or sediment control the first time around or this last time, is that something that we can require them to do
Oh, absolutely.
before we approve any special use permit?
Yeah, I mean, that would be standard practice for that they follow the guidelines that are outlined.
But they didn't do it. Lisa Larson, City Commission again.
Well, I think part of it is because of the,
Sorry.
oh, sorry, Matt Baum, City Stormwater Engineer. I don't know if it's because we don't have adequate forces to make sure that every site has that or not, but they didn't. I can guarantee you that we will definitely keep an eye on this one and make sure that those erosion control measures are up prior to construction.
Okay. Lisa Larson, City Commission again, and I just recall that this entire stream area, or this waterway area, has struggled the whole past year, at least a full year, regarding flooding issues. And I know some of it's due to sedimentation, but it just seems to me we need to be more diligent about making sure that that the applicant follows through with the plans and the rules on this. So I would consider, I'd like to hear what the other commissioners have to say, is to have them make sure they put all that in before we move forward with this.
And Commissioners, Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. If I can just address that, we have mechanisms through the code where we can monitor the sediment and erosion control, and we can issue a stop work order if that becomes an issue through the building permit.
So Lisa Larson, City Commissioner, so why wasn't that done?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. I can't speak to the past performance on the building permit that was previous, but we will make sure with this building permit that we monitor it more and are regularly checking.
Lisa Larson, City Commission again, and I think this might go to the applicant, Paul Warner. So what would it take to get those erosion control measures put in before we move forward?
I think we can have those installed before the building permit is issued. We can have Matt Paul Warner Architects. Sorry. There's many things. I think we do have an erosion control plan. Again, a different contractor built Bridgehaven 3, but Amy's correct. I think we can have Matt do an on-site inspection before the permit's issued. And obviously, I think the owners were all more aware of the situation over there. This had not been an ongoing problem that we were aware of. But we obviously want to do whatever we can to make this work and to complete the campus. But I would suggest that we are going to apply for a building permit, and we have Matt do an on-site inspection maybe before they issue the permit, and he relays that information to Amy and the building inspections.
Thank you. Lisa Larson, thank you.
This is Robert Wilson, may I speak?
I think at this time we're having the commission ask questions if there are any. Any commissioners?
I'm sorry, Lisa Larson, Commission. Is Robert, are you the applicant? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am. I'm also the owner of Bridgehaven.
Okay, I would like to hear what he has to say. Is that okay, Mayor?
That's fine if that's your request.
Thank you. I'm a general commercial contractor, although I did hire this last remodel, build out to Crown Construction, so I was not involved on that end. I'm going to be building the 4th building using my commercial license, and I'll be working with Matt Bond throughout the process to make sure we exceed the expectations of the city.
Thank you, Ms. Lisa Larson.
Mayor, any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead, Courtney.
I guess I wonder what will happen down the road when the buildings are built and there's no one to check that they continue being vigilant about the sediment or any of the other things that need to be kept up to date. A lot of us are of the opinion we're going to start getting this kind of rainfall regularly, which in the past seemed like an unusual amount, but there's no reason to think that that may not continue. So I wonder what safeguards there are for the neighbors 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
Sorry, that was Commissioner Courtney Shipley.
Sorry, that's Commissioner Courtney Shipley.
This
Mayor Nando.
Robert Wilson, is this a question for me or
But I was just asking to clarify who you were wanting to answer that question.
I don't know, because it sounds to me like Courtney Shipley, Commissioner. It sounds to me like, if I understood what Matt was saying, that this is an individual property, so an individual is responsible for it. It's not as though we go out looking at all the streams or waterlogged backyards that are out there. So I don't know who that question is for. I think generally there's a lot of concern about stormwater, especially after last year. And so I also sort of, hopefully to address what the neighbor's concern is, yeah, we can have it addressed here immediately as they build, but what will happen down the road? Anybody could answer if they have something there.
Robert Wilson, Will's the owner.
Paul Werner with Paul Werner Architects.
Go ahead, Paul. Robert Wilson.
I just wanted to let, and Matt can acknowledge this, is a different storm system that's designed. We've made other changes with the detention pond is released to the sewer system.
This is Mayor Nando. You're cutting out.
Sorry.
This is Mayor Nando again. We're not getting but about 3-4 syllables. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Can Matt elaborate on the system?
Mayor, this is Matt Bond, City Stormwater Engineer. I think what Paul was trying to say is several things have been done since this happened last time. One, Bridgehaven was very diligent about cleaning out the channel. They got all of their vegetation reestablished. I had gone out 2 days before the Planning Commission meeting, visited the site, and took pictures and saw that it has been vegetated. One of the things that we will do during construction of this next phase would be to make sure that all erosion and sediment measures are in place and that they do not remove those until at least 70% vegetation established on site.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that Commissioner Shipley brings up a good, it is a very active conversation. You know, we have at this point. We do have someone whose line isn't muted. There's some background noise if they want to go ahead and mute their line. And I think that that's a bigger conversation for the commission to have when we have the regulations that are in place, but maybe aren't reflecting what is a new normal as far as rainfall and planning around that, et cetera. And I think that it's an interesting point that we're going to have to grapple with at some point, particularly as we're talking about sustainability and density. But I don't know that we can necessarily expect folks to go above and beyond that when we know what the regulations are currently. That said, I think that we've seen that they perhaps did not meet their obligations in the past, and I think that the questions that Commissioner Larson were asking really speak to how do we make sure that there's accountability, and it sounds like there is a willingness and a desire for that accountability in this instance. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Lisa Larson Commission, City Commission. The accountability is definitely an issue, and Matt Bond had indicated that they didn't have the enforcement, or they didn't have it. I thought I heard something about maybe staffing to do what needed to be done as far as, and Matt, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So again, I am really concerned that these rain events aren't going to get any better. We're going to continue to see this. Now, there is the issue with sedimentation, which Matt had indicated that was the responsibility of the property owner. So that's something that obviously would be put back on them. But in the meantime, the fact that the applicant did not follow the original rules, that's a real strong concern of mine. So I would be hesitant about proving this until they get that done.
Stuart Bowley, Commissioner. Commissioner Larson, can you explain again what you'd like them to get done before?
Well, Lisa Larson, Commission again. What I would like to see is them come into compliance with the needed erosion control, sediment control, or whatever that staff has indicated that they are basically out of compliance on. I'd like to see that get done.
I guess from the conversation, it seemed to me that, this is Stuart Bowley, City Commission, it seemed to me that Stormwater Engineer Bond indicated that they have come into compliance at this point with the things that caused the flood at the Siegel property last year. So I'd like clarification on that from Stormwater Bond, please.
Yeah, this is Stormwater Engineer Matt Bond. That's correct, Commissioner. They have come in compliance. It was during the construction is what led to that. I think also what led to that is there had also been some additional erosion that had happened in that area that they have addressed. They have gone, in my opinion, above and beyond on that particular area because it had sedimented in. They have gone back in there and regraded it, cleaned out the sediment, restored the actual channel to the area inlet that is at the southeast corner of the property, and they have also completely restored all the vegetation. So with the next phase of construction, that I would assume that they would probably do that to their best ability to keep from ruining what they just spent all the money to reestablish. Obviously, they'll need to put in their best management practices during construction to make sure that that sediment is controlled on site. That is not to be removed until, by state statute, until you've got 70% of your vegetation. So they have done, they are currently in compliance with what they've done. One of the things else I should point out is in the future, at the time, it was just me doing compliance to a certain extent. Since our merger and MSO has been formed, now I have a whole bunch more eyeballs out there. I've got a lot more inspectors, and we have an environmental group that I've handed over the erosion and sediment control to. So we have a lot more people involved. It's just at that time, we didn't have a lot of staff available. Does that help, Commissioner Larson?
Yeah, Commissioner, Lisa Larson, Commissioner. Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Matt, because I was under the impression that they were still not in compliance. And so you've indicated that they are in compliance?
Yes, they are in compliance. Matt Bond, Stormwater Engineer.
Okay, Lisa Larson, City Commissioner. So they're in compliance now. Were they in compliance when these last few rains occurred? And
yes.
It was still flooding? And it was still flooding?
Oh, you mean during the time of the flooding?
Yes.
No, they had to get in there after the fact and clean all that up. Since they've reestablished the vegetation and gotten the channel cleaned up, I don't think they've had any problems. Now, the caveat is I don't think they've seen that kind of rain since then either, so.
Okay. Lisa Larson, City Commissioner again. So if we were to move forward with this SUP and we still have some flooding issues, can we pull their permit or cite them or whatever you would, whatever the normal procedures are for for not controlling the runoff?
Well,
To Matt.
this is Matt Vaughn, City Stormwater Engineer. As far as erosion and sediment control, we can make sure that they've taken care of that. I don't think we have anything specifically in code for intense rainfall, but yes, if they fail to reach their sediment and erosion control measures, then absolutely, we can stop work and then write a notice of violation and go from there.
Okay. Lisa Larson, Commission. Thank you, Matt.
Stuart Bully, City Commission. I think here we have two competing values. The project is important for our community, and we also have an interest in making sure that our citizens don't suffer from having their basements flooded through the actions of other people. So I am in favor of continuing supporting this SUP so the project can go forward, but I do want to make sure that the neighbors are not adversely affected by what we do.
Mayor Nunda, is there anyone else who has anything?
Yeah, Lisa Larson, Commissioner. So the clarification that they are in compliance currently, that has really helped. I'm still concerned about the long-term issues of sedimentation of that waterway, and I know that's kind of a different issue, obviously. So with the thought that as long as they stay in compliance and that they work with their neighbor to either alleviate any issues that he had to deal with because of the flooding, I would appreciate if they would do that. I can support this, but I do want to make sure that I don't know if you put it in writing or if it's just a given, that we make sure we have a strong sense of compliance on this.
This is Mayor Ananda. Vice Mayor Finkeldye, did I see you having something?
I was just going to say I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate someone in Geo Bond. Did I say this is Vice Mayor Finkeldye? You said it, but I better say. And what Amy Miller said about the enforcement mechanisms. I mean, certainly the problem, it sounds like, happened during construction. We now have compliance. We have a new construction project, and I'm sure staff will watch this closely, so I certainly can support the SUP and allow it to move forward.
We have a motion?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I have moved to approve the special use permit SUP 19567 for Bridge Haven located at 1701 Research Park Drive.
This is Commissioner Bully. Are you also moving the adopting on first reading ordinance number 9753?
Yes. Thank you. This is Commissioner Finkeldye, yes.
Sherry, is that sufficient for a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Bully. I second.
We have this is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Bully. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. So that passes unanimously. Thanks for the conversation on that. So we will now move on to general public comments. As we've noted, we are not doing live general public comment. However, we have received communications from folks, and while I will not be reading those aloud, I definitely encourage folks to access those. I had a list. I'm sorry, I have a lot of lists from Sherry here. We had 5 public comments, one from Alfredo Parra, Danny Kane, Chris Flowers, Ann Johnson, and Barb Perry. Many of those were in regard to COVID-19 and that response, one about the Sanctuary Alliance and one about non-essential purchases. So that is our public comment for the evening. Sherry, am I leaving anything out on that item that we need to discuss or that I need to say?
No, that's, oh, sorry, Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. That's what I had.
Thank you. All right, so we will now move on to our regular agenda items. Item number 1 is to receive recommendations from the Public Incentive Advisory Committee and the Affordable Housing Advisory Board for the request from Tony Krisnich for a neighborhood revitalization area industrial revenue bond, sales tax exemption and reimbursement for a portion of city fees for a mixed-use project at 800 Pennsylvania Street. We're conducting a public hearing on the establishment of a neighborhood NRA at 800 Pennsylvania Street. After the public hearing, consider adopting on first reading Ordinance 9738, establishing the area and approving the NRA plan, and a resolution of intent 7309, authorizing the IRP financing for the purpose of accessing a sales tax exemption on the project construction materials, and a request for partial reimbursement of $14,400 in city fees and grant of $550,000 in affordable housing trust funds for the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I wanted to provide a few opening remarks for this item this evening before I turn it over to Tony Krisnick, who is the applicant, and his representative, Patrick Watkins, and then Britt Crumcano, the city's Economic Development Administrator, is going to speak to some technical aspects of the tools that are being used for this particular project. As the mayor mentioned, as you read the motion, this is a mixed-use project. I think the most important aspect of the project is its affordable housing value. It is a low-income housing tax credit project that would create 47 units. And to put that number into context, that would be almost as many as the city's affordable housing trust fund has created in the past few years. This project would accept Section 8 vouchers, which have been indicated by the Housing Authority as difficult to find landlords and properties for people to use those vouchers. This location has a close proximity to transit and also the downtown employment opportunities. And also a factor is that there are no other low-income housing tax credit projects that will be done in Lawrence this next tax round. So we know that because those applications were due earlier this year. The second thing I think is important to note about the project is its economic impact. So as you indicated in your earlier remarks, Mayor, we're really in unprecedented times, in times when a lot of projects are going to be put on hold. This is an $11 million project. It does have quite a bit of leveraging associated with it, which is a value from the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. It leverages low-income housing tax credits and also the National Affordable Housing Trust Funds. And with the exception of the city's grant funds for affordable housing, which can solely be used for affordable housing, the tax revenues for the economic development tools used in this project come from the project itself. So they do not come from other general revenues available to the city coffers. They're only generated from the project itself. So it is a rebate program. Also, the city has no risk in issuing industrial revenue bond financing. We're just a conduit for accessing a sales tax exemption. Also, this project will not happen without the city's participation. We had a third-party consultant, our National Development Council, look at that aspect carefully, and they have indicated that the gap for this project is large and justifies the entirety of the request of the city. My final comments are this project is coming before you as recommended positively by 2 of your advisory boards, and also city staff would recommend approval of this project, again, given its positive affordable housing impact. And I'll turn it over to Tony Krisnick now, as I mentioned, and then Britt will follow up with some of the technical details after Tony and Patrick.
Thanks for the introduction, Diane. Can everybody hear me?
Can you introduce yourself?
I can. My name is Tony Kresnick, and I'm the developer that began the Warehouse Arts District about 7 years ago. We work in a 4-state area, and we specialize in affordable housing and historic tax credit projects.
This is Patrick Watkins. I'm an attorney locally here. I represent Tony, the applicant on this project. Porter, it sounds like we're going to roll through our presentation, which I understand you can load onto Zoom. And it's my understanding that Britt Crumcano will follow our presentation. Is that accurate, Britt and Porter?
I believe that's accurate.
Great. Hey, Porter, if it's okay with you, I'll just, this is Tony Kresnick talking. If it's okay with you, I'll just say next when I'm ready, okay?
Perfect.
Well, let's start now. How about next? Thank you very much. The Warehouse Arts District began approximately 7 years ago, and it's informally defined north to south by 8th and 9th Street, and east to west by Delaware and Pennsylvania Street. We started with the Polar Lofts. That's the building on the northeast corner of the block that you can see with the solar panels on the roof. We moved on to the side area gallery, essentially redid all the buildings in the area. Had, I think, 215 people on the waiting list of the Polar Lofts, and we answered a portion of that demand through the development of new construction 9 Dell Lofts. And just to give you guys an idea, we've done 3 projects in Douglas County. All 3 projects have received very similar requests on a per square foot basis. Some, I believe, have actually received more. Schoolhouse Lofts, Polar Lofts, and 9 Dell Lofts. And just to give you all an idea, I believe these numbers are still accurate. As of last week, Schoolhouse Lofts, 100% occupied, 9 Dell Lofts, 91% occupied, with the remaining 2, I believe, are pre-leased, and then Polar Lofts, I believe, was 98% occupied. If you take a look at that, 96, 95, 96% occupancy rate, really that is higher than most units if they lose a month due to turnover and cleaning. So obviously the demand is there, and in fact, in the 3 or 4 states I work, I have not seen larger demand for quality affordable housing than I have in Lawrence, Kansas. Next. The low-income housing tax credit program is the most important and most successful resource for creating affordable housing, leveraging public and private partnerships. This was created in the Tax Reform Act of 1986. It subsidizes the acquisition, construction, and rehabilitation of affordable rental housing for low and moderate income tenants. Very important that everybody does understand it was intended to help moderate income tenants as well. LIHTC has supported the construction or rehabilitation of about 110,000 affordable rental units each year, over 2 million since its inception. And Pat made a note here that comes from the Tax Policy Center. Per Section 42 guidelines, traditional students are not qualified to living in a rent-restricted affordable housing unit. As you can imagine, in a college town, it'd be filled with college kids, because all college kids are poor, or at least I was. Next slide. We've talked about the projects that we've done in the Warehouse Arts District. On the left, you can see a couple of images from 9 Dell Lofts. On the right, Polar Lofts. I might mention the Polar Lofts won multiple national awards for not only historic preservation, as well as affordable housing. 9 Dell Lofts for affordable housing as well. Next slide. When we did the Polar Lofts project, we wanted to provide something for everybody. I think we did a good job of that on Polar and Nindell. Polar Lofts was 90% rent restricted, 10% market rate. And so if you see anywhere on this slide or have ever heard me use the term mixed income, the reason I use that term is because it is not a low-income housing project. There is truly something for everyone. Nindell Lofts took it a step further. 80% of the units were affordable, 20% are market rate. And then Pink Street Lofts, we took it even further with, let me make sure I'm telling you correctly, approximately, with 47 rent restricted units to tenants at 80% income or less. In addition to that, we have 7 live work units, and in addition to that, we have an estimated 4,581 square feet of commercial space. So not only are we creating and preserving roughly 200 to 250 jobs from the construction and during the construction period, we will also be creating permanent jobs through the commercial, retail, or office aspect, depending on the intent it is, which is something that's very unique to affordable housing in the Midwest in general. Some of the community concerns that we've listened to: community housing needs, the importance for deep affordability, addressing homelessness, permanent affordability, mixed uses, sustainable building techniques. The Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, they want us to maximize the amount of our affordable units. The director at the time, Fred Bentley, found a lot of benefit in the permanent job creation, wanted to see something for everybody so that we're not turning people away. This project, as with all of their projects, they need to make sure that it's financially viable. And, we have a strong development record, as the city does in the area, showing, for the most part, overwhelming support from the community in the district. Specific to the neighborhood request, we've worked on this project from a design guideline standpoint for months and months. I actually started this project over 3 years ago. We have neighboring historic properties, many of which I have ownership in or had development roles in. Really, the only one that I haven't was the excellent job that they did at Lawrence Beer Company. We actually sold that building to them. And then again, we have neighborhood and commercial services. I'm a part of a lot of those buildings, the multi-tenanted buildings, such as the Annex building. That's the building with the green roof, the Poultry building, the Annex building, another good example, which hosts the Artist Collab. And then the last thing that I would say is, although we did not apply for this in our submission to KHRC, but we've since agreed to do permanent affordability on a handful of the units. That was at the request of the neighborhood, and that's something that, frankly, we don't know how is going to be covered, 30 years from now. But we understood it was important to the community and also important to the city, so we decided to sign up for it and figure out a way to tackle it down the road. Next slide. As I said before, Penn Street Lofts is 47 affordable units, ranging all the way, technically you can go down to 20% AMI, all the way up 80% AMI. One unit is reserved for a homeless transition tenant. There are 7 live work units. The commercial square footage that I spoke about is on the screen. I wanted to make mention that we have entered an agreement with the Public Housing Authority. So in addition to all of this affordability, we will be accepting vouchers. Next slide, please. The live work units is something that we're extremely excited about. I feel like a lot of people probably understand this today better than ever, since most of us are working from our homes. But a live work unit addresses the dilemma in modern retail and commerce. It allows people to essentially have their apartment unit or their loft area in the back of the house and in the front of the house, if they so chose. That's where they could have, something like light manufacturing, bakeries, studios. We have one unit in the district currently like this, with a lot of interest, a lot of people on the waiting list. And what that individual does is They have their art gallery in the front. That's also where they do a lot of their creation. And then in the back, again, that's where their dwelling unit is. The neighborhood space, like we talked about before, from a commercial, sustainable, and accessible approach, there's not a better location for this. And in regards to our commercial and office space in the area that I am a part of, I believe we're close to 100% occupied. Let me see here. Next slide, please. In terms of the income averaging, we have 3 units at 30% of the area median income or less. They said, tenants that make around $17,000. We have 5 units at 40% AMI, tenants that make around $23,000. And then we have 9 units at 50% AMI or less, tenants that make $28,700 or less. And then again, as we stated before, we have 1 unit reserved for families transitioning from homelessness, battered women's shelters, 62 years of age or older at 60% AMI or less. So 1 unit specifically on a first come, first served basis is being set aside for people in dire need. As I mentioned before, housing vouchers will be accepted. Polar and 9Del averages, even though it's obviously not a Section 8 based project, going off of those averages, we'll have 5+ vouchers, again, in addition to the deeply skewed income averaging that we're talking about. This project did agree to waive the initial 15-year compliance period is mandated by the IRS. So all of these affordable units will be set aside for affordability for a 30-year compliance period. And again, 10% of the units we've agreed to do in perpetuity. Next slide. Financial oversight and vetting. Sure, many of you on the council know this, but there's a lot of different people that are overseeing this. We have applications in for the affordable housing tax credits to KHRC, public incentives, AHAP, so Kansas Housing Resources Corporation is a part of this, HUD is a part of this, the Public Housing Authority referral agreement puts the local PHA, we have city staff, we have the City of Lawrence, third-party review and recommendation through multiple people in NDC. And in regards to the operational and rent-restricted oversight, we have annual third-party compliance and recertifications every year. We have the syndication inspection. The syndicator or tax credit buyer is Redstone. And so they have an entire team of people that all they do is inspect and make sure that our audits are good. We have bank inspections. And again, KHRC, they do an annual physical needs inspection. And then we have third-party property management and compliance through Wigan Omega. And in terms of the operations, again, as mentioned before, the federal agencies are overseeing it too. Next slide. The total project cost and construction cost versus the operational, I just wanted to make mention of that. This is, just under a $12 million project. And that is with the benefit of the IRP included. In the state of Kansas, for multifamily projects, there is no sales tax on the labor. The IRP gives us the opportunity to take advantage of the sales tax on the materials. And with this project, as many of our projects, the building permit fee will be waived for the portion of the affordable housing. That's something that we see regionally and nationwide. In many cases, just to help get more affordable housing units, especially since any tax increment would not be there but for the project being built. In terms of the sources of funds, there's roughly $7 million from the sale of the affordable housing tax credits. $448,000 has been awarded by the National Housing Trust Fund. $550,000 has been recommended from the local housing authority. AHAB, and then $352,000 roughly developer loan is going into the project with an estimated remaining balance of $3.5 million of permanent debt. I will say that one of the many negative things that has happened through the coronavirus is underwriting since we submitted these requests has drastically tightened. We still believe that the project is feasible, but in the event that they ask us to carry more reserves than we currently underwrote, we might not be able to support the entire $3.5 million of permanent debt. As you can imagine, going through this process and being safe to say significantly behind in terms of our timeline. We don't have the ability to go back and reapply anywhere. So in the event that we do receive a haircut on our net operating income, the development team is going to find a way to fill that gap on their own accord. So what we're asking from you all tonight, we do not anticipate asking for anything else. And I believe that we have felt the rate shock, for lack of a better term, from Corona. Obviously that can change, but the additional reserves, the reduction of NOI, we believe that we'll be able to overcome that. Next slide, please. The total project funding versus the project maintaining project costs versus operational costs. The gross potential rent that the project hopes to receive is $580,000, and then you can see on the expense column where the money is going. Vacancy, operating expenses, debt service, contingency, capital expenditures, and that's if everything goes well. I did make a note. I wanted, just as a frame of reference, these projects, there's a developer fee that is earned through these projects, but the cash flow is very, very minimal. And so I wanted to give you guys an idea. The last 2 years between Polar and 9Del Lofts, I don't believe that they have done one nickel of distribution to pay down developer loans. And one interesting piece that I wanted to share with you, there is your operating expenses per unit plus reserves on a multifamily project average, roughly $5,300. What we're seeing now in terms of underwriting, some of the investors are wanting to see all the way up to $5,700. So just to give everybody an idea of what that is, to break even without being able to support one nickel of debt on the low end on a project like this, you'd need to be 100% occupied at $443.58 per month. I wanted to share what the break-even point would be from just pure operating expenses plus reserves before funding any debt service. Next slide. I think we've covered most of the intangible benefits. I believe that maybe Pat or Brett might have something to say about some of these, but again, live-work units, permanent job creation, sales tax generation from the commercial and live-work spaces, affordable housing, far exceed the policy standards. As everybody knows, this is an infill development within walking distance of downtown, permanent affordability while providing something for everybody. And I would say that in regards to the NRA, the 15-year tax rebate, just as a reminder, the initial compliance period where the investor is in the deal is 15 years, which is why on every one of these projects we amend the NRA to go out to 15 years. The NRA is not unique to Lawrence. I just wanted to real quickly tell you where all this has been done. 9Del Lofts is a good example. We've done this in Parsons. We've done this 2 times in Fort Scott, Baldwin City, Salina. Iowa has their own program. Kansas City, Missouri has, they do a tax abatement. But the whole goal and the whole reason for this is because we need to maximize the amount of permanent debt that we can take out on a project like this to build it. Unfortunately, on a project this dynamic, the affordable housing tax credits aren't enough. The $550,000 aren't enough. And so, although it's a risk on the developer, in this case, to use an even number, if the developer pays in net $10,000 of property taxes and not $70,000 or $80,000, that allows the developer to take out an extra $1 million. Or another way of saying it is, if there was not the NRA, the total loan that we would qualify for would not be $3.5 million. It would go all the way down to $2.5 million because that debt would not be able to be serviced. Next slide, please.
Tony, I can take it from here. This is Mayor Nanda and City Commissioners. This is Patrick Watkins. I'm an attorney representing Tony on this project. And I have a few comments about the process that we've been through and the request before you tonight. This project has been through a very thorough and comprehensive planning process. And at every step, and there have been many, we've worked with the staff and the commissions and the committees to make sure that this project meets the city's goals and receives every approval it needs. And as Tony mentioned, his process started in 2017 when he received a resolution of support from the city commission in his application for the tax credits. When he finally received approval in 2019, we immediately began working with the city staff, with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, with stakeholders in the Warehouse Arts District. And in March, we brought the building design to the city staff and HRC coordinator. The 8th and 10th design guidelines, which were created in 2006, apply to this property. And so over the course of the spring and it turned into the summer and the fall of 2019, we submitted over 4 designs to the HRC coordinator. And we attended several HRC meetings before we could eventually finally agree on a look that met the 2006 design guidelines. And so this approval from HRC was received in late 2019. And what you have before you is really an accomplishment of the 8-month design review process. It's a compromise with the HRC, it's a compromise with the HRC coordinator and the developer, but it's a design that everyone agrees meets the guidelines approved in 2006 by the city and by the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. After the design was approved in the fall and really into the winter of 2019, we moved forward with the full engineering work, the additional planning phases, and the incentive requests. And we worked with planning staff to ensure that the rezoning and special use permits were crafted to comply with the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And ultimately, the planning commission unanimously approved the rezoning and special use permits. We refined the incentive requests to only request financial relief on project-generated funds, and we provided all the financial data to the National Development Council for its third-party review. Ultimately, the Public Incentives Review Committee recommended approval for our incentive requests. And we met several times with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, which came to acknowledge the significance of the LIHTC program and the unique ability of this project to move the needle on affordable housing. And ultimately, AHAB also unanimously recommended approval of a grant of $550,000 to fund the project. So the planning steps have taken a full year, and we've received the support at every step along the way that we had hoped to receive. And this project is remarkable in this respect. It's a complex project, and it's an important part of the city, and it comes before the City Commission without objection of any of the city's committees or commissions that reviewed it. Next slide, Porter. One of the challenges with complex projects like this is to navigate the many planning documents that apply. And you can see on this slide there are several to consider. And this project does a remarkable job, and it's a testament to Tony's creative path that he's taken to craft a project that meets all the city's needs. These have all been considered in the planning process, both by staff and the planning bodies that they've received support from. Next slide, Porter. One particular document that I want to mention is the city's comprehensive plan. It's worth noting that this project, perhaps more than any other significant project that the city has seen under the new comp plan, addresses the city's intentions with regard to development. The comp plan emphasizes and encourages the same characteristics that are featured here in street lofts: infill development, increasing height and density for sustainable growth, interspersing affordable housing throughout Lawrence, supporting mixed uses where appropriate, compatible transitions between neighborhoods, emphasizing downtown development. The list goes on, And again, this project requires no amendments to the comprehensive plan. Next slide. I'd like to make a couple of comments about the incentive package being considered tonight. The incentive package that was requested here is specifically crafted to not impact the existing tax bases. The funds are being requested are either project generated or in the case of the AHAB funds already being collected through the sales tax for affordable housing uses. It's important to note that the project generated funds are rebates of money created by the project and paid by the developer. The NRA is a rebate on incremental property tax caused by the increased value of the property when Penn Street Lofts is built. If the NRA is approved, the property at 8th and Pennsylvania will go from producing only a couple $1,000s in property taxes to around as much as $80,000 per year, according to the city's analysis. Property taxes must still be paid by the owner, but if paid on time and in compliance with the city standards, 95% of the increases in property taxes generated at the property will be rebated to the developer for 15 years. The city will continue to collect what it currently collects, plus an additional 5% of the increased amount. If the project does not move forward, there will be no related increases in property taxes. The IRB is an exemption on sales taxes on construction materials to build the project. The city will collect other forms of sales tax from this project outside of construction materials, so the city will increase its collections as a result of the project. But without the project, there is no increase in sales tax. The building permit fee waiver is only related to the affordable units, and the city will collect building permit fees around twice the rebated amount for the live work spaces and the commercial spaces. So again, this building permit fee is not drawn from other sources of city funds. It's related to what's paid on the project by the developer, and it's related specifically for just those affordable units. We believe that all the incentives that we've requested here are good policy for the city to rely upon for future projects that bring this much affordable housing to the community. You can see the purple chart on this slide, which is part of the city's staff's analysis. The city's estimated contributions to the overall amount of each incentive are listed here. You can see the city is in the top row with the county and the school district below it. And then the incentives are in the columns to the right. Although the IRB has a value to the developer of around $150,000, granting the IRB will mean that the city will forego collection of around $36,000 in sales tax. The largest part of the IRB incentive is contributed by the state. Same for the NRA, which is the next row over, column over. The county and the school district both have larger contributions in terms of the NRA funds that are rebated. Next slide, Porter. We are pleased to have the support of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. That board considered a wide range of factors when it supported this project, and I've listed some of those here. In those meetings, the Housing Authority Director made clear during the meetings that LIHTC projects like Penn Street Lofts are now really the only opportunity to add significant amounts of new affordable units to the market. There's not another federal program to construct new affordable units on this scale. So these LIHTC projects are critical if the city is to meet its goals under the housing market analysis. A couple of final thoughts here. Despite the general widespread approvals that this project has received, we know there are a couple of community members that oppose this project. In some of the comments we've heard up to this point in the community discussion, we believe we have just a general factual disagreement with some of the opposition. And you will be receiving public comment, and we'd appreciate the opportunity to respond to any questions the commission may have about the comments being made. We also know this is an interesting time, and there's uncertainty about downtown commercial enterprises of all sorts. But LIHTC projects like Penn Street Lofts are all the more important in times like this. If median income goes down as a result of the pandemic, affordable housing will be all the more important. Income eligibility and rental rates adjust every year with the prevailing economic conditions. Penn Street Lofts will provide benefit year over year, no matter the economic conditions. And as Tony mentioned, this is really a remarkable opportunity for the city of Lawrence. This development meets many of the city's ambitious goals: a sizable amount of affordable housing, deep affordability on as many as 22 units, $8 million in federal subsidy, a developer with a track record of success who's made concessions in density.
Mr. Kirkendall, can you please mute your line? This is Mayor Nanda.
I'll wrap it up here. A developer with a track record of success, this is Patrick Watkins again. A burgeoning district near downtown with immense potential for creative arts commercial activity. We're requesting your support. Your approval will validate the city's planning documents. It'll support the significant work and review of the city's planning staff. It will approve the recommendations of your committees and the commissions that have reviewed this project, including the HRC, Planning Commission, the Public Incentives Review Commission, the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. And the approval will send the message to developers and the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation that the city is an active partner in addressing affordable housing. Tony and I are both available for questions. Thank you for your time this evening.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Patrick. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Patrick at this time? Okay, we can go ahead and move on, and then if there are questions that come up, we can ask them after all of our presentations.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Brett Crumpino. I'm the City Economic Development Administrator. And Porter, I'm going to have you do the same thing for my presentation. If you wouldn't mind bringing that up, I'll follow the same format. I'm not going to spend too much time on the project, as I think the applicant and his representative went over that pretty thoroughly. I am going to talk a little bit about the analysis, some considerations, and then go over the recommendations. I'll wrap it up with the requested action and next steps in this process. Next slide, please. Again, this is a mixed-use project. First floor is commercial, retail, office, and live-work units. The floors 2 through 4 are residential. Next, please. It is a low-income housing tax credit project, or LIHTC for short, with 47 affordable rental units. Again, on floors 2 through 4. Next, please. The request is for a 15-year, 95% neighborhood revitalization area, or NRA for short, industrial revenue bonds, or IRB, for sales tax exemption on the construction material, $14,400 in city fees rebated, and $550,000 in affordable housing trust funds we asked. Next, please. The neighborhood revitalization area, as Patrick had mentioned, it is a rebate program, and it applies only to the incremental increase in value as a result of the property improvements. So the base property value is shielded from the rebate. The base property value is what the property is currently bringing in. The 3 parcels over there that this project will be built on brings in about $2,200 a year. So the taxing jurisdictions will get that same amount throughout the rebate period. In addition, unless 100% rebate is given, the taxing jurisdictions also get a percentage of the incremental increase in valuation that is not awarded. So typically, next please. Typically what you see is this type of an effect. You can see the small blue column down below that represents the base amount. The red represents the amount of increments that the taxing jurisdictions will continue to receive. The green amount represents the amount of rebate over the rebate period. So as you will notice, years 1 through 15 during the rebate period, the taxing jurisdictions are still getting quite a bit more property tax revenue from the project as a result of the improvements than they would have gotten if the lots remained undeveloped. The real payoff for NRAs is in the long run when the abatement period ends, then the community has a long-term investment, and real estate really is that. We really don't model this beyond approximately 5 years out beyond the rebate period, but in reality, real estate will have a much longer life than the 20 years that are shown here. So again, for the taxing jurisdictions, the NRAs seem to be a really good investment tool, if you will, and what they are designed for specifically is to revitalize areas, which is part of the title. So that's how they work. Next, please. Industrial revenue bonds, these can be used for several purposes. They can be used to get a property tax abatement, which is not the case here. They can also be used to get a sales tax exemption on project construction materials. They can also be used as a conduit financing mechanism if the entity wants to somehow get favorable rates. The most important thing I think to remember is there's no liability on the part of the city to purchase the bonds or be responsible for the bonds or anything. We really are a conduit. And this is actually, when it comes to the sales tax exemption, this is a state program. They're the ones who monitor it and create the forms and have set all the parameters for this program. Next, please. Other requests, they are requesting a partial rebate of city fees on the affordable housing portion of the city fees. Again, that equates to approximately $14,400. And in the technical report, I think I had listed several other projects that we have done rebates on. We don't waive the fees, but we have provided some rebates. And then they are also requesting funds from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund through the AHAC group. Next, please. So I ran the benefit cost analysis or cost benefit analysis two different ways. One, this particular project is really more of a community development project rather than an economic development project. So I ran it first as I would have ran it for economic development projects using our economic development tools. And as you can see, the breakout in the ratio has the ratio for all the taxing jurisdictions meeting or exceeding the 1.25 threshold that the city likes to see. That basically means for every dollar invested, there's $1.25 returned in benefit. If you go in and add the affordable housing funds, which are not part of the economic development program, they're through a whole different program. But if you want to see what that does to the ratio, you can see that it only affects, of course, the city, because this is only city money. It does bring the ratio down. I think that this is indicative of the intangible benefits that one is getting from the low income affordable housing that is being provided by the project. Next, please. Diane mentioned we did have the National Development Council go through and do initial analysis and underwriting for the financial requirements and needs of this project, and they concluded that it is not viable without all of these funds coming together. This is not unusual for an affordable housing project. They're tough to make the deal work, and you really have to stack several different sources of funds together to make it work. Next, please. Just some additional considerations. This project does help meet the community's goal to increase affordable housing. It converts vacant parcels to productive use. It promotes density and vibrancy within East Lawrence Historic Warehouse District, and it supports infill development. Next, please. Staff believes that it's met the requirements for the NRA and IRB sales tax exemption. And again, if you're looking at it from a traditional economic development perspective, the ratio has been met. And if you're looking at it from the affordable housing perspective, I think you have to ask yourself, what is the intangible value of having affordable housing? Next, please. PERC met on February 6th. They decided to vote on each leg of the request separately. They voted 4-1 to recommend approval of the 15-year 95% NRA. They voted 4-1 to recommend approval of a sales tax exemption IRB. They voted 3-2 to recommend the city approval of the city-free reimbursement of $14,400. They did not weigh in on AHAB because that's not under their jurisdiction. Next, please. AHAB met, or the Affordable Housing Advisory Board met on February 10th. They voted 7-0 with one abstention, that they were favorable to the project. I think Diane can explain their perspective a little bit more since she's more involved with that group. And we may even have a speaker from that board tonight that we can also clarify. But basically, they did approve, they approved supporting it. Next, please. So the recommended action tonight is to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9738, adopt the resolution of intent 7309, approve the request for the partial reimbursement of $14,400 in city fees, and approve the grant of $550,000 in affordable housing trust funds for the project. Next, please. Next steps, the school board met last night and they did vote 6-1 to approve participation in the 15-year 95% NRA. They do not have any, the county and the school board don't have any consideration when it comes to the other requests for this package. So the NRA was the only thing they voted on. The county commission, this has not been updated, but the county commission is meeting tomorrow evening. And then it'll come back to the city commission for the second reading of the NRA, tentatively scheduled for the 21st of April. And I believe that is it. I would be happy to answer questions.
This is Mayor Ananda. Do any commissioners have questions for Britt? Go ahead.
I've got one. Yeah, Commissioner Lisa Larson. Britt, I had a question about the ratios that you showed that being 95.95 when you count for the affordable housing aspect of it. And those were calculated out for 20 years. So if you calculate it out to the 30 years, which is the lifespan of this project, what would those numbers look like? Or would they go up or down, or what would they do?
They would go substantially up.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, go ahead.
Commissioner Lisa Larson, I did have a few questions for the applicant, Tony and Patrick, and I'll go ahead and ask them. It's my understanding that when you spoke about a certain number of the units will be at 80% AMI, down to I think 40 or 50% AMI, or maybe lower. The LIHTC or the Kansas Housing Program requires it to be an average of 60%. Is that correct or less?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's actually part of the.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry, Tony Kresnik. I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor. It's actually part of what I believe is formally referred to as the Job Creation Act 2017. And the reason, and so what we were seeing in the community, and we talk about I'm on the board of the Kansas Housing Association National. Everybody for years and years has been talking about a couple of things to enhance the affordable housing program. One is fixing the 4% bond rate, which is not applicable with this project, but the other one was to see how we can avoid turning so many people away. So if there's been many circumstances that I've experienced, and nationwide this has been a problem, where somebody makes, in theory, $1 more too much. Let's just say that they had that bartender had a good quarter. Well, it doesn't mean that they don't need quality, affordable housing. It just means that they made $1 too much. So to fix that, you can go up to 70 and now 80% of the area median income, so long that your average for your affordable units is at the 60% AMI level or less.
She's on now.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Then the other question I have is, you've indicated in your PowerPoint that you thought 5 units would be receiving vouchers or would be rented based on vouchers. How did you come up with that number, and is that the limitation, or is there anything written that you will only do that many?
No, it's unlimited. We just wanted to base it upon something that was justifiable, such as historical data from Polar and Ninedale lofts, and that's where we came up with that number.
Okay. So there's no limitation as to how many vouchers that can be used for those units. Is that correct?
That's correct. We accept housing vouchers at all of our projects, and it fluctuates. There could be a time where there's 11 people that are living in the community with vouchers. There could be a time where there's 3 or 4. It fluctuates on an as-needed basis. And essentially, if we have an availability and somebody has a voucher, so long as it works within the parameters of the Public Housing Authority, and background checks, obviously, they would get that unit.
Okay.
And so just to take it a step further, we, in the qualified allocation plan set forth by the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, there's just simply a box to check, and we check that box.
Okay, all right. So my next question, I'm sorry, Tony, go ahead.
I believe it's a box to check. But anyway, yes, we are not limited to the amount of vouchers.
Okay. Lisa Larson, City Commission again. You had indicated in it that there's a third-party compliance organization that will oversee the project or the long-term rental and operation of the project. Who hires that company?
Well, there's multiple companies that do it. There's multiple parties that do it. So we don't manage our own apartment communities any longer, so we hire third parties. So Wygant Omega, for example, they have an entire team that's dedicated to it. The Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, they have people just specifically handling compliance. Redstone Equity, or the syndication company, they review all of the audits. And I forgot to mention this earlier, there's a third-party audit company that comes in. Marks Nelson does most of this work here in the area. So there's 1, 2, so there's 4. There's in the city of Lawrence now. So there's 5 different parties that will inspect to make sure that a 30% AMI unit isn't being rented out to a market rate tenant, or that all of the units aren't being misrented to people in upper echelon rental categories. And I wanted to make mention, in the event that does happen, the project faces recapture of the tax credits and would be in default on their loan covenants.
So, I'm sorry, Tony, go ahead. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Tony.
frankly, I have not heard of that happening before.
Okay. So Lisa Larson, City Commission again. So what you're talking about is there's some clawback clauses within your agreements with the housing. Is that correct?
That's correct, as well as the banks and as well as the syndication group.
Okay.
In the city of Lawrence.
Okay. And with the City of Lawrence, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, my next, Lisa Larson, City Commissioner again. My next question is, you spoke about the loan amount that you could get with or without the NRA. Could you speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. In terms of the property tax rebate, again, to use an even number, let's say that we pay $80,000 in, and with the 5% increment plus what we were paying before, let's just say that we get $10,000 back. I'm sorry, $70,000 back. So the net property taxes from an operating expense standpoint would be $10,000. Had we not gotten that money back, we would not have the additional $70,000 of net operating income, and therefore we would not be able to service the entire $3.5 million of debt. As luck would have it, we would be able to service almost exactly $1 million less, creating another $1 million finance gap. So the reason that this is a very commonly used tool is because it doesn't cost the city anything, but it allows the developer to take out more loan proceeds to build the project.
Okay.
The technical answer would be it creates a positive net operating income that can be used to service debt.
Okay. Okay, Lisa Larson, City Commission again. I just got one more question for right now. It was my understanding, I don't know if you spoke about this, I don't recall, that there's a timeline, there's a deadline that this project has to be completed by. Is that correct, Tony?
It is. We have our 10% test at the end of this year, I believe. To give you a frame of reference, there are several projects that were awarded on the same day that are already open. We haven't even started yet. So, you know, it's a dynamic project, mixed income, mixed use development, historical guidelines, and everything that we've been working with over the last 6, 7, 8 months. But yeah, we're roughly 4 months behind.
So Lisa Larson, City Commission again. So being behind on your timeline, given the situation with the national pandemic, is the federal government indicating that they would extend those deadlines if there was issues?
The reason that I know this is because we're working on the closing of 2 projects in Iowa. I don't know if it's on a state-by-state basis or on a national level. I believe that it's left up to the state housing agency what they choose to do. I don't see that being a problem in this case, especially if we get our approvals tonight and we're under construction in the June-July timeframe, because we will have met our 10% test, and that's about all I know. What I can also say is we have an affordable housing project, a second phase under construction as we speak in Fort Scott, Kansas. Construction workers have been deemed essential, and although we're probably losing a little bit of time, they're still down there working every day. So I don't see this being a problem so long as we can get our approvals tonight.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, do any other commissioners have questions? Okay, then I wanted to ask what folks thought about taking a 5-minute break now before we start public comment on this item, or afterward. I know my dog wants to be let out, which is one of the bummers about being at home, but I also, in the interest of moving this along, I know we're probably not all sitting in incredibly comfortable office chairs. So what are thoughts, commissioners in particular?
I'd appreciate a chance to take a break. Thank you.
Okay, would you prefer, this is Mayor Nanda, would you prefer a 5 or 10 minute break?
No.
Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for public comment. right. Do we have Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Present.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley? Here. Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Okay, we are back and we will move on to public comment. And I will call on each individual as they are listed here, and then they will have 3 minutes to speak. Please, again, this is Mayor Nanda, and I'm trying to practice what I preach. Please say your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to give your public comment. First on my list is Eric.
Mayor Nanda.
Mayor Ananda, this is Stuart Bowley, City Commissioner.
Hi, sorry.
It's not
Do we
here.
need a
You gotta
motion
talk to
to,
this.
open
Oh,
the
we're not
public
muted.
hearing?
We're muted, sorry.
I think we have to continue it or open it, Sherry?
You can continue the public hearing. I mean, I think that it would be good. Let's just go ahead, since we've continued it a few times, and have a motion to open the public hearing.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Commissioner Bully. Do you want to make that motion?
I'll be happy to. This is Stuart Bowley, Commissioner. I move that we continue or open the public hearing.
Vice
Second.
Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay, we had.
Commissioner Larson, second.
We had, we had a motion from Commissioner Bully and a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. And now we will begin. Thank you again, Commissioner Bully. We will open our public comment. First on the list again is Eric Kirkendall. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Eric Kirkendall, 714 Mississippi Street. I'd like to preface by saying a couple things. Thank you, commissioners. I saw your meeting packet for this meeting, and it was well over 900 pages. I'm impressed and humbled. Second of all, we are, as you all know, entering a recession or perhaps a depression. The city will be very short of tax dollars. It's already started, of course. Just as a sort of environmental background, I have a few quick points. First of all, this proposed tax rebate and the other subsidies do not have a significant public benefit. Just to the applications, just 2 apartments that meet our affordable housing needs. That is, apartments that cost less than $500 a month. Number 2, the tax rebate would produce a net tax loss for the city. As you probably all know, and as I described and documented in the letter on page 571 of your packet, the apartments are appraised based on rental income, and building a new apartment building does not create new tenants, nor does it create new rental income. It just causes tenants to move from building to building. So this would be a net loss to the city. Third point, if you approve this, property or sales taxes for Lawrence residents would have to be increased, or services would have to be decreased. That is, the taxpayers of Lawrence would be paying this subsidy out of their pockets to an out-of-town development. Fourth, right now, Polar and Ninedale have just 10 rental vouchers, at least as of 3 weeks ago. And all rental vouchers in Lawrence are in use. So there is no dearth of apartments that will take rental vouchers. That's not a problem. Number 5, there is significant public opposition to this happening. You have at least 28 letters in your packet in opposition to this, and by my count, just 1 or 2 letters of support. So my request to you is this. Previous city commissions have made a string of costly decisions based on really weak business people. I urge you to think about this like business people that are supporting the taxpayers of Lawrence. Be as hard-nosed as a business person, please. Please buck the trend, break the bad habit that previous city commissions had of giving away our money. Help make us a stronger city. Don't put us in the hole financially.
Mayor?
Please, no on these subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkendall. Next, we have Sarah Talafiero. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Ananda and City Commissioners. My name is Sarah Taliaferro. I would not encourage you to award and encumber Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars to the 800 Penlofts project. If you feel that this project is worthy, then please find another funding source to cover the requested amount. The City of Lawrence, on behalf of the taxpayers of Lawrence, formed an Affordable Housing Advisory Board, which has in place a careful review process that includes requests for proposals, a scoring matrix, and public meetings. This project was an applicant for Affordable Housing Trust funds twice, and twice was not awarded funding. This project cost substantially more per unit than did the other two low-income housing tax credit projects the board reviewed last year. It also was asking for the entire balance of the trust fund in those application cycles. The Affordable Housing Advisory Board passed this on to you and gave their support of you making a funding decision, leaving open to your discretion the funding source. They said it likely would have received funding in November. But we are now living in extraordinary times. It does not feel responsible to imagine the conditions our community will be facing and what available funding our community will have in November. And you would be encumbering future funds if you were to award trust fund dollars. It's my understanding that much of the current fund balance is already awarded to ongoing projects. Were I in your shoes, I would need reassurance beyond reasonable doubt that this project meets the most pressing and dire affordable housing needs of our community. For this, most of the units would need to be filled with people earning between 0 and 60% of the area median income. I would want assurance that a good percentage of the units were going to people escaping homelessness or living on incomes below the poverty level. I would need to believe that we were using tax dollars to make the wisest investment and that we were leveraging housing for many of our most vulnerable citizens in practice and not just in principle for at least 30 years. For people with low to moderate incomes to reside in 800 Penlofts, they will need to hold vouchers for all of those units that are already set aside. Will this require more vouchers than are already currently in use in our community? Do we have a plan in place to locally fund additional vouchers if needed? I implore you, if you have any questions as to the surety that this project is beyond a doubt the best and most efficient investment of taxpayer dollars at this cost and at this time of crisis, and for those we most need to serve, then please do not support funding for this project. Unless and until you are satisfied that it will be the project we really need and that a contractual agreement will assure this for 30 years or permanently, depending on the units, please do not encumber taxpayer funding for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our list is Max Couch.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to, the main point here,
Can you please state your name?
Oh yes, sorry, my name is Max Couch, and the developer's proposal for the NRA designation should be denied because the tax consequences facing owners of unabated properties have not been explained. In the developer's presentation, there was a mention of project-generated funds and how the NRA was acceptable because the income wouldn't have been there anyway, and so the rebates then don't really matter. But what I want the commission to understand, though, is that NRA tax abatements shift the tax burden for services such as police, sanitation, and EMS for the abated property to other property owners. How is that going to be made up? How come there hasn't been any discussion about that? If we're talking about an influx in population, studies would show this, but common sense would show this as well. How are those folks going to be served, especially given that none of the property tax revenue from the NRA for 15 years would go to any of those services? The property owners would make up the difference. We don't get something for nothing. But Kansas already has the 5th highest tax liability of any state, as the LJ World reported recently. Basically, we just don't know. We do not know how much property taxes will increase if the NRA is designated. If the commission doesn't know, it can't explain how much our property taxes will go up, it's impossible to evaluate whether granting the NRA is reasonable or not, and taxpayer dollars should not be allocated in the dark. Ultimately, the NRA, what concerned me the most, I guess the final thing I'll say here, the developer in his comments tonight admitted that there is an unknown as to how permanent affordability would be met. And that the quote is, tackle it down the road. I just do not believe that it's responsible government to tackle these issues down the road. If the taxpayers, if the commission cannot explain how much the taxpayers are on the hook for this project, a moderate income that serves moderate income tenants, according to the developer, without that explanation, I just don't think it's good government to approve the subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. This is Mayor Ananda. Next on our list is Ron Geisha.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ananda, and thank you, Commissioners. This is Ron Geisha, and I'm Chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, and I come in support of this request from the applicant. I had forwarded to each Commissioner on March 16th an email that had detailed responses to Mr. Kirkendall's email in opposition to this project, and I would refer you to my comments there. I'd like to make a few additional comments in response to some of the items that I've heard tonight. This project provides a minimum of 15 units that will be available at 50% area median income or below. We don't have another project before us in the 3 years I've been on AHAB that provides 15 units at 50% AMI or below.
Hi, Nikki.
This project absolutely meets our number one need for additional affordable apartments. The housing market analysis that Mr. Kirkendall referred to that was completed for the city 2 years ago indicates that we've lost 8,500 rental units at 500 or under from 2000 to 2016. I'm sure now in the last 4 years that number has increased. This provides 47 affordable housing units, all of which are eligible for vouchers. We don't have another project that compares in magnitude to this project. There is concerns about taxes that will have to be increased to meet the needs for services. There's been no suggestion by city staff that there will have to be any added burden on city services to provide fire and police protection to this building. I've heard that there are better uses for this land than affordable housing, and that single-family residences are more appropriate for this neighborhood. But if you look across the street from this lot, there are 3 establishments that serve liquor into the evening: Bon Bon, Lawrence Beer Company, and Cider Gallery. It is not a place for family units to be located. The comment has been that we don't need units, additional units for apartments for vouchers, and that is not true. We have just recommended $275,000 of home funds at our last AHAB meeting for additional vouchers to be administered by the Housing Authority. The average wait time for a voucher holder before they can find an apartment is 2 months. Consider the proposal from Mr. Kirkendall that all of these $550,000 should be used for vouchers. The average voucher costs $600 a month, or roughly $7,200 a year. If we use all of our $550,000 for vouchers, we could provide 78 vouchers for 1 year. And then the next year we'd have to have another $550,000 for 78 vouchers.
Thank you, Mr. Gacious.
Thank you.
All right, our commenter on this item is Nicolette Proudfoot.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Miss Proudfoot was struggling to get in on Zoom, so she has called in on our cell phone, and so we're going to go ahead and let her know she can start, and then I'll get her started through that. So if you have any issues hearing her, please let us know, because this is just through our speaker and our cell phone. So Nicolette, please state your name, and then you can go ahead and start your public comment.
Okay, my name is Nicolette Proudfoot, and I'm addressing this to the commissioners. I have been a landlady in East Lawrence since 1987. I acquired my first property through the Homestead Act after building a duplex. I purchased another property from the city and built another duplex. After that, I purchased 2 historical properties and moved to St. John's rummage sale house. I have maintained these properties and kept affordable housing to the point where my tenants have been there for years. I have 6 units of affordable housing. Do I qualify for a $2 million? Will I be able to continue my affordable housing units if my taxes keep going up? Other considerations for East Lawrence are: we are not a blighted neighborhood per se. The many 300 plus houses that are going up left and right will testify to that. 2, the city needs every dollar it can get now in these troubling times. 4, our neighborhood is unique. This is why it is popular. Let's not make a rubber stamp like Johnson County. This developer has been very successful in our neighborhood with 4 successful projects: Polar Building, Cider Gallery, Lawrence Beer Company, and 9 Dell. These lots on the west side of 10 were purchased at an incredibly low rate. He has worked very hard on securing money to build a big building on too small a piece of land, but has managed to do this. But I say to the developer, you cannot win them all. And there is no, in these troubling times, for the city of Lawrence to give away more tax dollars. Please do the right thing as our leader and say no to abatement for Penn loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that is all of the public comment that we had that registered previously. Porter, is Mayor Nanda, is there anybody present? Porter?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So then we will bring it back to the commission.
This is Vice Mayor Feebleye. I have a question for, I assume, Director, maybe Diane. There's, Max Couch talked about the cost. Is any part of our calculation of cost-benefit ratio have any part of it that deals with the cost of maybe 47 new residents or whatever?
Yes, I can take this. This is Brooke Tompkins, Economic Development Administrator for the city. Yes, our cost-benefit model does take into consideration the cost, and it uses the numbers of the most recent budget to calculate those costs. So yes, it does take that into consideration.
Do you know if that's in our staff report? Vice Mayor Feebleye again. Is that in our staff report? Is that the detail we have in our staff report? Is that just in the technical report that went to the book?
That would be in, that's not in the staff report, but that is in some of the technical report. And then there's also the model produces detailed output if you wanted to get into specifics, but what is in the technical report is it does list out the costs and the amount of the cost in aggregate for the city, the county, the school district, and the state. So that is shown in the technical report.
Britt, can you state your name and title?
Yes, Britt Crumcano, Economic Development Administrator for the city.
And Vice Mayor Nicolai, Diane, could you talk a little bit about the amount of money in the fund and how the $550,000 will come out of the affordable housing fund?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. And in the fund currently, there's approximately a $500,000 balance that would be unencumbered. So that isn't the amount that's requested, which is $550,000. However, in visiting with the applicant, we understand that the cash flow needs are such that they actually don't need the funds until later this year. And even though we are likely experiencing a decrease in anticipated revenue for the remainder of this budget year, we would still anticipate having a $550,000 to be able to contribute toward this project by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Sherry, do we need to close this public hearing before we continue with commission questions and comments?
The public comment period is done. You can close it now or when you're done discussing. You just need to make sure you close the hearing before you make any motion regarding the item.
Would it be beneficial to close that now or wait until we're finished with our conversations?
Excuse me, Mayor Nanda. I noticed that the applicant had raised their hand to respond to some of the comments that were made. Is that something that we're still considering or not?
Let me figure out when we need to close the public hearing. Okay. And then thank you for that out. I didn't notice that. Sherry, would it be beneficial to close it now and then continue our discussion? Or would it be better to wait until just prior to the motion?
If you're still going to be taking comments from the applicant and considering those, it really is, we can just wait to close the hearing until you're ready to move.
Thank you. This Mayor, again, I apologize. So, Tony, did you have a comment then?
Yeah, this is Patrick Watkins, the attorney for Tony, and I'll let Tony comment on this, but we wanted to briefly respond to the comment that there may be other uses for this property, and I think it's important that we demonstrate some facts about the site and the conditions at this property, and that the fact that they don't accommodate residential housing. The design guidelines over this site call for medium to high density residential. Tony can speak to this, but creating medium to high density residential on this particular property is expensive. And I know he's run a number of models, and all of them require some sort of subsidy. And he's been able to receive the LIHTC subsidy, but the NRA subsidy specifically is required in this case, specifically because the conditions, the deteriorated conditions at the site just require subsidy for housing. Tony, you might be able to speak to that as well.
Tony Kresnick here. I'm not sure if what all I'm allowed to speak to or not. Ms. Mayor, would you mind if I address some of the comments that were made?
If you're able to do so briefly.
Okay, great. This is in no particular order, and I apologize in advance because I'll forget to mention something. But to Pat's point, the deteriorated condition of the site impairs the ability to provide residential housing on this property. And depending on the type of development contemplated, might not be able to provide for development in general. What we wanted to do, we've looked at a number of different residential types on the site, but it's just purely economically feasible. In the past, somebody has made mention that, well, turn down the affordable housing and let somebody just do a market rate development. Well, the market rate development pro forma requires more of an ask out of the city than the affordable housing pro forma, so that doesn't really work there. The design guidelines call for medium to high density, as Patrick said, and meeting that guideline requires an economic incentive, such as the NRA. To take that a step further, I'm on the board of the Kansas Housing Association. NRA, tax abatement, whatever vehicle or conduit you want to call for, to put the developer in a position where the net operating income can keep its head above water, and in cases like this project, be able to take out permanent debt. That's actually becoming statewide initiatives. The state of Iowa, for example, values and assesses their affordable properties at a much lower rate than they do market rate. And again, I've run the numbers a multitude of ways. If a market rate development was feasible here with a reasonable request from the city, we would have done so a long time ago. The LIHTC provides a portion of that subsidy for this project. But as we've demonstrated, the NRA is still required to keep things moving because, again, the deteriorated condition and location of this site. In regards to the tax rebate, just wanted to make mention, there's everything that we've heard from 3 people, 4 people, we've heard over and over again. Just wanted to make mention, the Affordable Housing Fund is for affordable housing. We're doing more of it than we've done on any one project, period. And in terms of the public opposition, the 28 letters, Mr. Kirkendall went on a campaign. Facebook pages, I got photographs of huge banners. We have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people that are in support for this project. In the essence of time, we didn't go out and solicit and form a campaign. And whoever said it earlier, Lawrence isn't getting another award of affordable housing credits for the next, won't be built for the next 2 years. Last thing I would say, 0 to 60% AMI was thrown out there. That would require an increase of another $1 million plus because of the hit to the net operating income. And in terms of what Mr. Couch said about what I referred to in terms of the 30-year affordability, we're talking about, I don't, on those 5 units or 10%, I don't know 98 years from now what the exit strategy looks like. But make no mistake about it, we're serving very low, moderate, and market rate tenants, which is what we've been asked of by the city and what the state found value to the point of awarding the largest mixed income, mixed use project in the history of Kansas.
Thank you, Tony. Are there other comments or questions from the commission? This is Mayor Nanda. Mayor, please.
We haven't discussed the fees. They're asking to be waived or $14,000. I guess my question about that is, I understand that those fees are actually based on the amount of time that staff spends doing some of the work, inspections and things like that. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I seem to remember, especially when we were talking recently about rental inspection and short-term rental inspection, that the fees that we collect actually don't cover the actual cost of such things. So I just want to have a little more discussion about those funds.
This is Mayor Nanda. Commissioner Shipley, do you have a question for staff? Or are you looking for a conversation among commissioners?
I don't know, maybe Diane would be better to ask that question about what those fees are based on, what they cover.
Commissioner Shipley, can you please remember to state your name before speaking and your title?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sherry. Thank you. Commissioner Shipley, I apologize.
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager, and Amy might help me, but our building permit fees are based on staff costs, and in most cases, they are covering that expense. There may be some cases in a detailed project where there is additional staff time that's needed to process those items. So I don't know if Amy has anything additional to add to that.
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director, and that is correct. It basically accounts for staff time and recoups the cost to the department.
Other comments or questions, Mayor Nanda, other comments or questions from the commission? This is Mayor Nanda still. I did want to say on the PowerPoint, Amy, that you presented on the list of feasibility issues, one of the things that was not listed was the refund for those fees. Was that not an essential piece of that conversation? And I know that that was an issue in Perks. They had a 3-2 vote on that as well.
Mayor, are you referring the question to me? This is for campaign out of the City Economic Development Administrator.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that. This is Mayor Nanda.
Were you referring that question to me, the City Economic Development Administrator?
Yes, thank you.
And can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. This is Mayor Nanda. The question was, in the presentation, on the list of items that were deemed, necessary for this project to move forward, on that list was not the fee waiver that Commissioner Shipley just brought up. And so I wanted to see if that was inadvertent or if that was something that was not deemed necessary in order to make the project feasible, particularly because when this was in PERC, that was a 3-2 vote. And so it seems like there was the most conversation around that issue.
Yeah, it was inadvertently left off the list. NPC did include that as part of the package. And regarding the 3-2 vote by PERC, and maybe Diane can help me address this, it was my understanding that one of the two nay voters voted against it on principle because there was a history in which this representative was the school board representative, and there was history in the past where the city did not waive fees or rebate fees back to the school district. So I think it was a matter of principle and to make a point along that line rather than just disagreeing outright with the need for it.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. That's correct, Britt. That was my recollection of the conversation as well at the meeting.
Thank you. This is Mayor Nanda. Commissioners, this is in our lapse at the moment. We can continue the conversation. We do need to close the public comment once we've had all of our questions answered, or I'm sorry, the public hearing. So if we feel like we're completed with questions, then we need to go ahead and do that.
Hearing none, Vice Mayor Pinkelmeyer, move to close the public hearing.
Second. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda? Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, so we are at a point to receive those recommendations, adopt a resolution, and consider partial reimbursement for city fees and affordable housing trust funds. Commissioner Shipley?
With PERC, they did them individually. Are we going to look at each one of them individually or try to do them all at once? Oh, I lost you. That was Courtney Shipley, by the way. Sorry, I'm going to get used to this, I promise. Did we lose the mayor?
She had texted me and said that her iPad was dying, so it is possible that she dropped off. But she has another computer, so she should pop back on. And here she is. Well done. Uh-oh.
Okay, apologies. My iPad died. This is Mayor Nanda, and now I'm on a different computer here. So the question before us from Commissioner Shipley was whether or not we want to take these items one at a time or if we want to do them all at once. PERC did them one at a time. It would probably be my recommendation. Is there anybody who has a different preference for that?
What, just Commissioner, what is your recommendation? To do them all at once?
So we take them, this is Mayor Nanda, that we take them one at a time. Everyone okay with that?
Commissioner Larson, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Now I'm trying to pull up the agenda. This is Mayor Nanda on another item, so I'll pull those one at a time.
So this is Vice Mayor Finkeldie, while you're doing that, I'll make some general comments. I've been giving this a lot of thought and reading a bunch of correspondence and all the comments we've had. And, you know, going into this, I was really thinking about three different things. One is the cost benefit of the NLA. And after reading the technical report, listening to the POC meeting, reading the staff report, and then listening to Britt tonight talk about the cost and how it is included in the cost benefit analysis. And knowing the POC voted 4 to 1, 5-1 in favor, except on the 14,000 that we talk about. But I feel pretty good about the cost benefit. I do think there is a very good cost benefit. I mean, I do buy into the idea that this is a rebate program, that it is not costing us the tax. The NRA, the ILD on costing tax dollars, but actually, coming out of the project itself. You know, as for the 550, we'll talk about it in a second, but I think it's a great use of our affordable housing fund. So I guess I'll talk about that. You know, is this a good use of our affordable housing fund? A couple things on that. Certainly, they have supported this and supported it favorably, and I listened to that meeting and watched that discussion. I mean, there was the Bethel project, and the first time it came up, like Mr. Talapero said, that it got slightly higher votes than this. But it wasn't because, this project wasn't acceptable. It was that had slightly better numbers, and when brought back in front of it, they had supported it. So I listened to that pretty carefully. And, you know, I'm very supportive of these LIHTC. And we have almost $7 million being given to us from the state and federal sources to build housing. So we're matching that basically with $550,000 of our dollars. It worked very well with Bethel. Bethel was close unanimous on all counts. We know we're not going to have another LIHTC project in 2020 or 2021. So this is going to be the biggest, you know, one-time use of our funds. And certainly I think being 47 units, 15 of which are under the 50%, I think is a good use of the 550. It goes a long way. That 550 goes a long way to meeting our goal on affordable housing. I also believe that, you know, I mean, I do agree with Mr. Gates that we need places that accept vouchers. We need more places that accept vouchers. With my work with family farmers and others, we know there's a long way from the time you get your voucher to getting into a location. I also believe we're going to have a lot more vouchers coming. HUD, you know, just gave more money out to under the CARES Act, and of course we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but I understand, we'll talk about it later, but there's going to be a lot more vouchers coming through HUD, and we're going to have a lot more places looking to accept those. And to have a new facility that will accept vouchers, I think it's going to be a big deal going forward. The third thing I wanted to, think about tonight going in was how the situation, the coronavirus affected this. And we'll probably talk about it in some later items, and we'll probably spend the next year talking about how the coronavirus affects our budgets and how it affects our spending, and it's going to have deep ramifications. But when I think about this project, I think of two things. One, I think of a couple things. One, it leverages federal funds. Bringing $7 million in, as Diane said at the beginning, I don't know how many more construction projects we're going to have, but this project has a good chance of going forward because of the support it has in the leverage funds. It could be the largest building project we have all year, and I think that's important in these times. I also think that, too, I think it's important just because, as I said earlier, I think we're going to have a bigger need for affordable housing and voucher type programs going forward, and I think this meets that goal. Three, I really like the idea of these work-live units in these times going forward. I think the demand for people who can work and live in the same place, as we go to smaller retail locations, more delivery, I think the demand for smaller retail work-live spaces is going to be high. And I think having 7 of these units on the way will make a big difference. I think you'll see maybe some of that happening in our downtown, but I think that's a big deal. And so, I think, and again, I don't think, except for the 550 and the 14,000, this is not really the city money, it's a rebate project. If we don't approve this, it's very likely that lot will sit empty for a very long time because of the coronavirus and because of the other things Tony talked about. But I think it will probably sit vacant for a long time. And so to me, I think, unlike some other things we'll talk about in the coming months, this particular project is one I think that is actually maybe a little more important than it would have been without the coronavirus. So for all those reasons, after a lot of consideration, I'm certainly going to, I do think I'm going to support it, and I think if we're going to take them one at a time, I do think I'll support all parts of it, but we can certainly take those one at a time.
Mayor Nanda, other commissioners want to make a statement at this time, or do we want to go ahead and take these one at a time?
Mayor Ananda, I'd like to make a statement. This is Lisa Larson with the City Commission. So, as I reviewed all this, this massive amount of information, several things kind of honed in for me. I attended the Affordable Housing Advisory Board meeting when they approved this project, and as I was sitting there watching that meeting, one thing that really struck me was the fact that on that board we have the director of the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, the director of the Tenants to Homeowners, as well as the director of the Habitat for Humanities programs. And these are the three primary directors that run our affordable housing programs in our community. They're the ones that really are in the trenches of all this, and they all approve this project. So I find that those are the experts for us, and they are saying that we need this project. And I take that very seriously when they're talking about this. But still, I felt like it was important that I look at this from different angles, which I tried to do very much. And one of the questions that was brought up is that we should be spending more voucher money or using some of this money to do vouchers. That would be more important. One thing that the director of our housing authority, Shannon Howery, said in her letter, as well as the meeting, was that, in fact, in her letter, she specifically states that the housing authority supports this project because we have a significant need for landlords to accept vouchers. And we also heard that there was about a 2-month waiting period for somebody with a voucher to find a place to live. And I even heard that same situation from one of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board members who is in the situation where she is in the voucher program, that it takes a long time, and it's a very stressful situation when you can't find housing immediately or quickly. The other thing that I wanted to point out was is that, I appreciated the fact that there seems to be quite a bit of oversight of this project from various entities. I think 4 or 5, maybe even 6 entities that will be auditing and providing oversight, and that there's several clawback provisions, which I think are really important for us to keep a close look on, not only from the city standpoint, but also these state as well as federal level audits that are required for this money. And I agree that the LIHTC money, the $7.9 million that's being offered with this project, again, I go back to listening to our directors of our affordable housing programs, and they specifically said that they've never seen this kind of money come into a community before like this, and that the money for these LIHTC projects are not continuing to come forward for at least 2020. We're not seeing that. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is I looked back at the Affordable Housing Advisory Board meeting from when they approved the projects like the Bethel Estates as well as the 23 Tennessee Flats. And the Penn project was not picked at that time. But what they've done, I should say that the scoring for those three were there was only like a 2-point difference between those 3 projects. And what this project has done since then that was different during the Affordable Housing Advisory Board meeting approving or disapproving these projects was that they've extended their lifetime of this project to 30 years. At the meeting they had it only at 15 years, and they've added 5 units of affordable housing that will be permanent. And the Bethel Estates do not guarantee that. They don't have any permanently affordable, I don't believe, if I remember right. And so I think this project would even have scored higher if that would have been offered at that time. I also might point out that the projects that were approved on the AHAB board all had a return of 1 to 10, greater than 1 to 10 ratio of return, which means for every dollar that the trust fund would provide, they would get at least a $10 return on that. Well, the Penn Lofts also had that same ratio, greater than a 1 to 10 return on that. So when they made these changes, it extended to 30 years as well as providing the permanently affordable units. that number probably has gone up also. And when we speak about the study that we did a couple of years ago regarding the need for the affordable housing and how much affordable housing we need, we have been diligently working to try to follow that plan and work to fulfill the need. So with the projects that were approved last fall, along with this one, we will have added 106 units to our affordable housing stock of housing, which I think is really important because that takes us very far down the road just for our first year of having that trust fund, just for our first year. So I'm really proud of that fact. And, I know that no project is perfect. And, we're obviously going to continue to strive to find those, make these projects better and make them better for our community. But I'm going to support this project because I do believe that it meets so many of the criteria we need that has been pointed out in our study that was done, as well as our rates of return on this are definitely meets our criteria. And so, I guess that's it. I'm going to support this because of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. This is Mayor Nanda. Commissioner Shipley or Commissioner Bully, did you want to make a statement prior to deciding how we vote?
Mayor, I really just wanted to have some more clear discussion about each one of the items. So I'll give you an example. I feel fine about IRBs. I see how they work and I see how they would be a great leverage. It's a great tool to be used, but I have a harder time with the fees that would be waived. So I can't say I'm not saying I don't support this. Of course, we want to get that federal money. That's fantastic. And by way of compliment, it's amazing that we have someone who's willing to do the mountain of paperwork it clearly took to attract those monies. But I don't think that I would be okay with the entire suite of tools that are being asked for here.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I just wanted to state that was Commissioner Shipley that was just speaking.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Diane or someone, can you speak to the fact about the request to reimburse city fees? As I recall, I thought that was common for like Habitat and it tends to homeowners and others to get a partial rebate of the fee, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
With regard to, this is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. With regard to the building permit fees, which is the particular request here, we haven't done that very frequently. Britt had in the appendix of her technical report, the very last page of that report, there was a summary of the various fees that have been rebated on various economic development projects in the past. And you can see by that list, I think there was only one example of a rebate back of building permit fees. Other city fees have been a little bit more prevalent in the ask as far as rebating back those fees.
And I would add that even though the fees weren't rebated,
state your name, Britt.
Sorry, this is Britt Comcano, the Economic Development Administrator for the city. If you look at that list, it's Addendum B on the technical report. You'll see that it's pretty substantial, and even though it's not rebating back fees, the amount of either city services or monies that were reimbursed back for similar types of things were very substantial, ranging, I think the lowest one was almost 102,000 on up to 1.4 million. So to a certain degree, the amount that is being rebated back when you look at it in the context of what the city has done for these other projects, it's very low.
This is Vice Mayor Pickleback again. Now, this list is for the economic development project. Am I wrong that some of the affordable housing projects have not received waivers of fees?
The only one that has come under the purview of the, Britt Crumpano for the Economic Development Administrator. The only one that has come under the purview of the Economic Development Office is the Cedarwood Senior Cottages. And when it comes to like affordable housing, in terms of other projects outside of the economic development realm, I'm not sure. Maybe Diane could address that.
And I'll have, this is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I'll have Amy correct me if I misspeak here, but I believe on the other projects, I'm not aware of any waiver of building permits on the other affordable housing projects.
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director, that is correct. We do not waive fees on the other projects.
This is Mayor Nutter. Can you talk about the impact that will have on the inspection program that this is intended to fund? That these fees traditionally fund?
That would just be an impact of revenue to the program. That's it.
This is Mayor Amy. That was Amy Miller, Interim Director, and this is Mayor Nanda. So when you're looking at those kinds of fees, I guess my question is what impact, because it does go to that program, would there be reduced capacity, fewer inspections? What would be the actual impact on that?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. The impact would be there could be a greater cost to the general fund.
Mayor Nanda, thank you.
Mayor, this is Stuart Bowling, City Commissioner. I'd like to just comment briefly on the larger aspects of the program. I'm very interested in the low-income tax credits, the LIHTC aspect of this. I think that's very significant for our community. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that as we consider this program. The second thing I would say is that when we put money into capital projects from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I think it's very important for us to get permanent dispersed affordable housing. I think that this program, as it has been amended since it was first considered by AHAB, does meet that criteria. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you, Commissioner Bully. I'll go ahead and make a few comments. When I think about what the commission has been talking about since I got on the commission, certainly since we've been looking at Plan 2040 and affordable housing, specifically looking at infill as one of our very direct goals of addressing affordable housing. I think that we've talked about the situation that we're experiencing right now, and I don't see in the very near future a decrease in the requests for affordable housing or the need for affordable housing. I see that increasing, and I see it increasing significantly. I too am intrigued by the live work units. I think that as we talk about an evolving retail landscape, we're talking about situations like this that support someone working in place. There is that ensured accountability. And I think that, as we're talking about what we have to acknowledge is there is a lot of concern in our community around benefits to individuals who are developing property. I think it's important to ask really difficult questions as we're looking at those issues. I think it's important to demand accountability. As we've seen through this project, there are multiple layers of accountability. That doesn't always mean that things will be perfect. But I think that with the accountability associated with this, it is a risk that I'm willing to take. I think that the fees that Commissioner Shipley mentioned were something that I was going to ask about as well, particularly since they weren't listed as essential for the project to be feasible. I know that the rental project is something that we're going to be talking about over the next year, theoretically, kind of depending on how the next few months go, I imagine. And so that is going to be a consideration as we move forward into that. But I do also think that our community is going to be needing projects moving forward, and this is one of the few that we're going to be seeing this year. My completely unexpertise-based opinion, just based on the experiences that we're having right now. So those are kind of my thoughts. I am happy to break these up into individual pieces so that folks can vote how they feel like they need to vote. I would also be amenable to voting for these all in one piece. I think, Commissioner Shipley, I'm hearing that maybe it might be your preference that we break those into individual pieces.
Well, maybe I'm alone on that, and I understand it won't be the first time and it won't be the last. But that was the thing I had.
Shipley.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Commissioner Shipley, who can never say her name. Sorry. That's the thing where I really have the hardest struggle. Second to that would be NRAs in general, and in this situation particularly, it's hard for me to feel justified to call this an area that needs revitalizing, especially since they've shown us 4 really beautiful projects that are very successful there, in which I believe they said had all 95 to 98% occupancy. I will make whatever, if you guys decide to vote on it all at once, I'll make that decision. If you guys want to have more discussion, particularly about waiving the fees, I would enjoy that too.
This is Mayor Nanda. Commissioner Shipley, what I'm hearing is general agreement among commissioners on all of these issues. So my question for you is, for your personal voting purposes, is there one that you feel that you would be supporting and others that you feel that you would not be supporting?
I am disinclined at this moment to support the waiving of the building fees.
That was Commissioner Shipley. So I would propose to the other commissioners, this is Mayor Nanda, that we divide those and vote separately. Is there anyone opposed to that? Okay. So let me get my agenda pulled back up here. The first one is ordinance number, this Mayor Nanda, 9738. Sherry, please correct me if I'm wrong. We would do ordinance 9738, resolution of intent 7309, request for the partial reimbursement of city fees, and the grant of $550,000. 4 separate items, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So shall we begin with ordinance 9738? Let me get that.
This is Vice Mayor Finkel's aye. I move for approval of ordinance number 9738, establishing the revitalization area and approving the NRA plan.
On first reading.
On first reading.
This is Commissioner Larson, I second that.
This is Mayor Nanda. We had a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, second from Commissioner Larson. All in favor? Oh, sorry, wait, Commissioner Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Nay.
Mayor Nanda, aye. So that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Shipley not dissenting. What is the word I'm looking for? In opposition. Okay. The second item then is resolution of intent number 7309.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, I move for adoption of resolution of intent number 7309, authorizing the industrial revenue bond financing for the purpose of accessing a sales tax exemption and on project construction materials. Is that first reading?
Second. We have a motion from, this is Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Third item is partial reimbursement of $14,400 in city fees.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, move for approval of the partial reimbursement of $14,400 in city fees.
Do we have a second on that motion? Mayor Nanda? Would we like to continue discussion on this item?
Well, this is Commissioner Larson, and my concern with this is that after hearing staff speak about other projects in the past, it seems like there's been a precedent set that this is a fee that we generally don't waive. Now, that may be open for discussion in the future, but at this time, I believe that we need to follow that precedent.
Okay, so at this point, this Mayor Nanda, that motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay, this is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I move for approval of the grant of $550,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for the project.
Commissioner Larson, second.
This is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Bully. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. This is Mayor Nanda. Sherry, since we had the motion on the city fees die, do we need to have a vote to deny that?
Diane, do you want to comment on your preference on that? There wasn't the motion died, so.
That was Sherry.
This is the city manager. I think if there's a lack of an affirmative vote, that can be taken as not supporting the field.
Excuse me, Commissioner Larson here. I had a hard time hearing Diane.
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk, and I just wanted Diane to confirm, but without a motion, that's clear that you are not supportive of it. You don't need to specifically deny the request.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay. I believe we are prepared to move forward to item 2 on our agenda. Thank you all for our conversation on that item. Item 2 is consider waiving the requirement to rebid bid number B2012, awarding bid B2012 to Phoenix Concrete LLC and authorizing the city manager to execute the construction contract for the 21st Street Bicycle Boulevard.
Hello, Commission. This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. Do you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, want to make sure before I get started there. Okay, I know several of you have been on the commission for a while. We've had several discussions about this. You know, we've talked before, I think in hindsight, Bicycle Boulevard probably wasn't a good choice for what we called this. I think it's misleading a lot of people for what the project really is. It's a common term, but there's also other cities that have changed it to quiet streets or neighborhood greenways. And that's quiet streets is probably a better classification of this project. Really, this project is about calming the traffic on 21st Street and you know, reducing that cut-through traffic that's using 21st Street, kind of going to the university and to the high school. The neighborhood has some concerns about the speed of traffic. We've seen the 85th percentile speeds in that area, over 40 miles per hour. It's a residential street with houses right along it. And so it doesn't feel safe to the neighborhood, and there's some concerns. So the Bike Boulevard seems like a good way to kind of get two birds with one stone, I guess. This is it's on the bike route. This was recommended in the Ped Bike Issues Task Force as a bicycle boulevard. So this is we started looking at this project. It's been probably a year and a half now, and really the bicycle boulevards also are about pedestrians. So slowing down that traffic helps pedestrians cross the street safer. All of those things also helps people be able to ride bikes within traffic and feel safe doing it. So as we got into the design of the project, we observed the 21st Louisiana intersection. I'm going to talk about that specifically because that is where a lot of the money of the project's going, and I wanted to give a little bit of insight why. Viewed the crash data at that intersection. It's got a really high pedestrian volume because of the high school. It's also got a high vehicle crash rate there. So we quickly realized that in addition to slowing traffic, we needed to do something at that intersection. The crossing improvements are a huge thing that we probably haven't done enough of with a lot of our pedestrian and bicycle projects. And it's things that it's starting to come into kind of focus now with the Multimodal Transportation Commission. They're wanting to really start focus on these crossing improvements because getting people to a location that they can't safely cross really doesn't do a lot. So this project's really dealing with two major crossings, Naismith and 21st Street, Louisiana and 21st Street. Both of which have a fairly high crash rate. So we're going to deal with both of those intersections. I wanted to pull up a graphic here if I can share my screen. Porter, am I able to do that? Hold on, I think I got it. Is that working?
Yep.
Okay. It's not showing right on my screen. So is it the graphic?
Yep.
Okay. It's showing very odd on my screen here. So this is kind of a breakdown of the costs of the project. The project's broken down into really this kind of broken into three elements: the speed reduction elements, which are the chicanes, and one speed cushion, and then the intersection improvements, which are 21st in Osdale, 21st in Naismith, several things at Louisiana, and then 19th in Louisiana, and that's transit related. So as you can see, a majority of this project, $205,000 plus really a lot of that traffic control and stuff is towards the intersections. So the Louisiana island and widening is really more about try to get a left turn lane in so that people can make that turn. Instead of right now, there's a lot of rear end crashes that come, people going northbound trying to turn on the 21st westbound. So it's trying to widen the street about 2 feet to be able to get an actual left turn lane in there. Really not related to the bicycle boulevard, but when we're dealing with the safety of that intersection, we need to look at all users of the intersection and make sure that our approach is comprehensive. Also, the pedestrian crossing at that location is $74,000. That's about $60,000 of that is the rapid flashing beacon, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Another $14,000 of that is moving the ramps closer to the intersection to make people more visible for people at that intersection. So that right there, if you added the traffic control into that, it's probably $190,000, maybe approaching $200,000 of the project right there that's at 21st in Louisiana. This project has been timed so that it can occur prior to the pavement maintenance project. Also, kind of a key point to bring up of, as we've talked about rebidding, we've bid this once already. We rebid it and got some additional bidders. We're kind of hitting a critical point here where we need to move forward if we're going to build this project, because the pavement maintenance project was just awarded. That project is going to be going through this intersection. So if we're going to be making changes to the islands and the curb cuts and stuff, the time to do it is before that project. So we have coordinated with that project so that we can be in there before they come through, so that when the mill and overlay happens, that it all looks basically like an entirely new intersection between the work we're doing and the work that the contract's doing. One other thing, it's also critical that that work happens before school's back in session. We knew that we had to time that work so that Lawrence High School was not in session. They preferred that we do it over summer break because it's easiest to get students into a new habit and when they start back to school in August. So that was the school district's preference. Let me take this off here and stop sharing. Okay. So on that project, the $258,000 of bond funding remains, which is tied to that project and really, from my understanding, can't be used for other projects. We also have $73,000 of bike ped funds that were previously allocated to replace the bond funding that was only available on 13th Street. It's still remaining and sitting there. This award would add approximately $66,000 of bike ped funding. In order to fund that, staff has found a way to utilize. So last year in 2019, we applied, like we do every year, for CDBG funds for ped bike projects. We got $200,000. The commission previously approved the use of $115,000 of that for to augment the projects. The sidewalk project's going on right now on 15th and 19th Street. So that left $85,000 of that grant that was awarded for bike ped projects from CDBG. That we were still determining what we were going to use that for. We had some ideas. We were debating whether to roll it over with the award that we were anticipating getting next year so that we had a bigger pot of money. But that money's sitting unallocated. It's, obviously it's kind of earmarked bike ped, but really wasn't allocated to a specific location. The 9th Street sidewalk project fits nicely with the intent of that program and with the dollar amount that's available. To be able to fund that, we've checked with the group and they're comfortable with the use of those funds, with Danny and her group, with the use of those funds for that location if we so choose. So that would be the goal would be to fund that project. That way there's no projects that aren't getting done this year that had been planned on the 2020 5-year plan. So that is would be the plan to fund this. I wanted to point out, that when we started this project, I don't think we had anticipated a rapid flashing beacon at 21st in Louisiana. We do think it's a valuable project because there's a lot of high school students that cross there at the same time. There's a lot of vehicles that same time of day. And so that's one piece of it that really wasn't anticipated. Really, that whole Louisiana intersection, we didn't anticipate widening that. We didn't anticipate doing that pedestrian crossing improvement. So that's really where a lot of the bulk of this money is going to. So even though it's called Bicycle Boulevard, I think really a bulk of this project is benefiting all users, and wanted to point that out. And also just that I know you all are aware, we had rebid this. We bid it and had one bidder about probably 6 weeks ago. And so we rebid it, got 3 bidders, and the low bidder is still at $66,000 above the available budget right now. So that's what we're asking for.
Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Amanda. Any questions for Amanda?
Commissioner Larson here. I have a couple of questions for Amanda. You talked about the $250,000, I believe, that is in bond. We've already got bonds on that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it's on a temporary note right now. We've already spent some of that on the design. Oh, sorry, this is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. we've already spent some of that bond on the design portion, but that does remain. I believe we have to convert it pretty soon.
So you said that it could only be spent on this project? Is that what I'm hearing?
The way the bond was written only included certain projects. Other projects, we have done them, which was the other speed humps that we did about a year and a half ago. One's on like Lincoln Street. There was a couple others, 24th Street. Yes, the way the bond resolution was written for certain locations. And 21st Street, 13th Street, and then those locations where we did the traffic calming already.
So what would happen if we don't approve the project? What happens to those bonds? Lisa Larson.
Yeah, that'd probably be a question for finance.
This is Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. Excuse me. Should the City Commission choose not to use the temporary notes that have been appropriated for this project, we'd simply repay those and just be responsible for the interest on those notes.
Lisa Larson here, City Commission. I had a question about the flashing beacon. Is that, you said that was something new that we've added to that project, or is that always been in there? I don't recall it.
This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. It's been in there, but it wasn't something, what I meant, I guess, by saying that is it wasn't something when we budgeted the project up front that we necessarily thought would be part of the project. And so as we got looking at it, it's something that our consultant recommended and that we thought was valuable. Unfortunately, we saw the price this time we bid those increase fairly significantly from the last one we did a year and a half ago. But we had 3 bidders, so I'll give very consistent pricing on it. So that did kind of hit the budget a little bit more than anticipated.
Thank you. Lisa Larson here, City Commission. And I had another question about the over budget on this. My understanding is that several items had to be removed from the project this go around in order to get the price down. Is that correct?
Yeah, Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. So when we rebid this, we removed some items. Most of it was pavement markings. We cut back on the pavement markings, so we have less 20-mile-per-hour pavement markings, less Spike Boulevard pavement markings. We did eliminate the speed humps. There was one south of the high school, but we're already doing some narrowing there with striping, so we thought that was one we could get rid of. We bid it as an alternate, not planning on awarding it. Also, the 2 speed humps over between Louisiana and Mass Street. That section of street really needed the least traffic calming based on the traffic data we have because it's fairly narrow. And so we felt like those were the things that could be cut from the project, still get a valuable project. And if they're needed, they could really be added at a later time with fairly minimal impacts to, the streets around there.
Thank you, Amanda.
Mayor Nanda, other commissioners have questions?
Yes, Stuart Bowley, City Commission. Amanda, this is significantly over budget, and I'm interested in whether we could scale it back to essentially accommodate the mill and overlay that's going to be taking place so that we can get that intersection in Louisiana with the left turn lane. I mean, that would benefit people in cars, it would benefit pedestrians, it would benefit bicycles. It wouldn't be a bicycle boulevard, but it would be a needed project that could get done. And I hate to pass up the opportunity to improve that intersection as we're doing the mill and overlay. So is it possible that we could just say, we're going to allocate some of this money to this project that will benefit all users?
This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. Well, I have a scenario here. I anticipated that question. So I have a scenario here. I've also talked to the low bidder about doing a change order at time of award. It's a unit price contract. So if we could simply find items to eliminate and kind of take out of the scope and maintain all of the unit prices without having to rebid it, seemed, as we talked through it in our group, like the most efficient way to accommodate that. If we removed that rapid flashing beacon, which as much as I hate to do that because I think it's valuable, they are also easy to add later without disrupting the pavement. And it could be done as a separate standalone project. So that rapid flashing beacon alone would save a little bit over $60,000, and would get us very close to within budget. We'd be about $5,000-6,000 over budget at that point. If we wanted to get 100% within budget, there's also, I talked to the consultant earlier today, we looked at the small island that's kind of protecting the bicyclist that's on 21st Street, just west of Louisiana. If we got rid of that island and the rapid flashing beacon, we would still relocate the ramps because we want to get those curb cuts done and changed before we go on mill and overlay and do new curb and gutter in that area. It doesn't make sense to us to not do the ramp portion. So that removing though that small island and that rapid flashing beacon, we could get this within budget. And I think that those could be standalone projects at a later time if that's something we would want to do.
I think that I may not have been clear with my question. My question really is, if we do Louisiana 21st intersection with all the aspects that are here, and don't do some of the other aspects that made it a bike boulevard, could we do that intersection exactly the way it needs to be with the rapid flashing beacon, so that we're doing that piece of this that will serve automobiles, it will serve pedestrians and bicycles, and it will dovetail with that mill and overlay? Can we do that intersection and just say this is what we're going to do with the funding that we have from the bond that Jeremy was talking about, and maybe not spend some of the other money that we were going to spend and have it for other bike ped projects?
This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. I'd probably defer a little bit to Jeremy on that because the bond specifically says Bike Boulevard on 21st Street. And so I think we were tying this intersection into the rest of the project. If we now spent a majority of the money on Louisiana and really not on 21st Street, I don't know how that would work with how that bond was approved.
This is Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I'll have to go back and look at the specific language of the temporary note. I'm not recalling offhand if it was allocated with a certain dollar amount per project, or if it was an allocated amount and then all of these projects were identified. If it's the latter, then you have a little bit more flexibility within the projects defined as improvements, but I'll need to look into that.
Yeah, this is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. I don't know if the note's written different, but I know the resolution stated Bike Boulevard on 21st Street. Louisiana is actually not even on there, but we're looking at the 21st and Louisiana intersection as being part of the Bike Boulevard on 21st Street. That's how the resolution was written, but I don't know if it was written the same in the note.
Stuart Bowley, City Commission, can you remind me of the amount of the bond funding?
258.
This is Amanda Saheen. Yes, currently there's 258 remaining. I believe the original was, trying to remember, it was 350,000, I believe. And then we've spent a portion of that design, and we also spent a portion of the bond for 13th Street on design and public engagement in the planning phase.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Larson here. I appreciate Commissioner Bowley's bringing this up in the possibility of at least taking care of that intersection right there by the high school, which is definitely one that I think would provide significant safety items to address some of the traffic in that area. That's something that I would be interested in.
Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Bully, was your question answered? Are we waiting for Jeremy? Jeremy, are you looking for that language?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick.
Commissioner Bowley again. The funding that we've got, as I understand it, is a temporary note. So it's not like it's a long-term bond. And I see that as significant in this consideration.
This is Mayor Nanda. While Jeremy is looking for that information, other commissioners have other questions?
Vice Mayor Picolai, now with this question for Amanda, for Tony, or someone, do we feel okay about doing change orders on this? If we start talking about change orders, which I certainly can have some support for, I think. But do we feel comfortable with that, or do we think we have to rebid this if we made significant changes to the program? No one wants to answer my question.
Yeah, this is Amanda Saheen. I mean, legal hopefully can weigh in on that, because I think at a certain point, when you descope a certain amount, you probably should rebid it. I don't know what that number is of how much we feel comfortable doing a change order with without rebidding and changing the scope of the project that significantly.
We could evaluate that with staff. I have not been involved in the scope through all of this. I'm sorry, this is Tony Wheeler, City Attorney. So we could look at that and bring an answer back to you, but I can't answer it at this point.
Fair. Commissioner Shipley?
I'm interested in the suggestion that staff, Amanda, sorry, this is Courtney Shipley again, made of not including the beacon and that almost covering that $60,000, and then maybe being able to put that beacon in later. I have quite a bit of experience with that intersection. It hasn't had a beacon, so I wonder then, would that project be put on the pedestrian prioritization list? And how do you think that would fare on the metric?
This is Amanda Seen, Engineering Program Manager. Yes, we would put that on if it wasn't funded. We're looking at actually going through and probably doing an evaluation sometime this year of a lot of crossings and trying to get them onto the list, and this would be one of those. I believe as we're going through the new safe routes to school, even though high schools don't have safe routes to school, there's some changes in this area related to safe routes to school for Cordley and stuff that might also impact the scoring of that. I can't remember the specific routes off the top of my head that right now are proposed, but I would think with it being an arterial street and the volume of traffic there, that it would probably score pretty highly. I do know there's one right now on the list at 19th and Alabama that scores pretty highly on our list. So I would see this as a similar project. So we've talked about doing at some point some kind of several crossing improvements, and this would be one that we would evaluate with that group.
This is Mayor Nanda. I want to remind everyone that we won't be having public comment on this item. And so essentially we're asking our questions and having our comments without a break for public comment in there. That was something that is fairly new for us this evening. It's the first item in which we would have that. As we're talking about this, I think that we have heard concern regarding spending on bike boulevards when we know that there are significant infrastructure needs and issues. But I know that the conversation tonight has reiterated that these are committed funds for a very specific purpose. And if we don't use them for those purposes, then they no longer will be ours to use, essentially. I do think that having been here through the bike boulevard conversation, I think that we need to regroup on that conversation and really reassess how we address this. I'm very interested in looking at the small island beacon conversation further, but I think that there's a bigger conversation that we need to have around what we're now calling bike boulevards, and I would argue perhaps we've learned a lesson in framing it in that way when it's really traffic calming, pedestrian safety, bicycle safety that is far more broadly encompassing than merely a bike boulevard. And I think that we've also learned a pretty important lesson around estimating the cost of these and what that looks like and what that process looks like and who's able to do these projects. So I'm hopeful that we can have a much larger conversation about this, kind of a regroup around these projects in general. But I'm certainly interested in getting this to budget because we do have to start somewhere, and this can be an excellent example for moving forward. That said, I know we've pared this down and pared this down and pared this down to the point where I don't even know that we can necessarily call it what we're now calling a bike boulevard at this point. But I am still interested in the removal of the island or the beacon and or in order to make this an affordable project without going over budget, considering the fact that while these funds are directed toward a specific project, we are experiencing an unknown in our future right now, and so going over budget is a little less comfortable at this point for me.
Mayor Nanda Stewart-Boley, City Commission. I would like to acknowledge the extensive contacts that I've received from the public on this topic. There's significant opposition to the concept of a bike boulevard, and I think we need to understand that. That's one of the reasons that I'm interested in, paring this back and focusing on neighborhood traffic management and getting away from the idea that this is a bicycle-specific project. And I'd like to reiterate that with the mill and overlay that's going forward here, we have an opportunity to put this intersection in the 21st and Louisiana intersection into a shape that will be good going forward. The counterexample is the intersection at 19th and Osdale, which we just built a couple of years ago. And for this project, we were going to have to spend significant money to re-engineer it, to recreate it, when if we'd known at the time, we would have just put it in at the very beginning. So, going back and doing things over again is really a terrible way for us to use our money. So that's why we have an opportunity, as I see it, and maybe we'll learn more, to just simply say, let's take an intersection that is in great need and also has a mill and overlay going through it and has opportunities to enhance safety for cars, for the bicycles, and also for the students or pedestrians crossing to get to Lawrence High.
Commissioner Larson here. As Mayor Nanda said, she's been through this project for quite some time now, and so have I. And I've watched it as it's come to us each time on the budget side that we continue to see it coming in over budget. And I've expressed strong concern for that from the very beginning at each one of our meetings. And this is again no different than that. But it seems that every time we come back with this project, something's been stripped off, or several things have been stripped off in order to get the pricing down. So it's gotten to the point to me that it's hardly recognizable. And also, and I do looking at the big picture of what we're going through right now. I question the whether this is the way to go right now, given the situation we're in. I am very interested in the 21st and Louisiana intersection idea. I think that would definitely something that would warrant further discussion on it. But, you know, I'm concerned about the overruns that have constantly come through on this, as well as the fact that we're just continuing to strip this project down. And so I'm very concerned about that.
Further comments from the commission, Ms. Marinaldo?
This is Vice Mayor Pinkelby. I think I'm in agreement with Commissioners Lawson and Bully. I've not been through all of this like you guys have, but I've certainly have felt the same kind of negative reaction that, you know, maybe some of it was branding and some of it was how we talked about it. But I mean, again, I agree that Louisiana, Fairfax, Louisiana is an important intersection for lots of reasons. And, you know, I'm not on the Osdale as much. I could even probably support the speed pushing on Osdale if that is warranted with the speeds in that neighborhood. But I'd probably lean against the rest of it at this time. But again, I'm not sure if we could just take that out and have a whole other project, or if that's a whole new rebid. And I am concerned about redoing the intersection at 21st Louisiana after school starts. So I don't know if we have to rebid it, if we can get it all done before Lawrence I gets going. We don't know the timing of all that. So hopefully it's good.
Ms. Marinaldo, Jeremy has an answer to your question, Stuart. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yes, Jeremy Wilmot, Finance Director. We pulled up the resolution that enacted the bonds in 2019, and the projects that are specifically spelled out for this funding authority is any street construction, curbing, guttering, paving, sidewalk, pedestrian path, drainage improvement, pavement marking, signing, or related design and engineering work for the east side of Michigan from 2nd to 3rd, the south side of West 27th from Crestline to Chipperfield, the south side of Harvard, Iowa to Hilltop, and then the bike boulevards, as previously mentioned, 21st, Lawrence Avenue, Naismith Drive, and 13th. So those would be the roads that would be eligible for bond financing.
This is Stuart Bully, City Commission. So that would include the intersection at 21st and Louisiana?
21st and Louisiana would only be included for the bike boulevard improvements per the resolution.
That was Jeremy Wilmot.
Sorry.
Lisa Larson, City Commissioner. So Jeremy, just to make sure I understand this, so that would fall under the guise of this bond, that 21st in Louisiana?
Jeremy Wilmot, Finance Director. Only the Bike Boulevard portion. Bike Boulevard is specifically spelled out in the resolution for 21st Street. The 3 streets I mentioned prior, Michigan, West 27th, and Harvard, does not have that restriction on it. The only restrictions on Bike Boulevard are 21st, Lawrence, Naismith, and 13th Street.
Ms. Marinaldo, do we define bike boulevard within that?
This is Jeremy, the Finance Director. I don't believe it was defined in the actual resolution, but the staff reports that sort of define those projects when they were approved for consideration for financing have that defined. And perhaps Amanda can elaborate further on that.
Stuart Bowley, City Commission. If we simply paid the money back on the temporary note, we'd be able to come up with some other financing to do the 21st and Louisiana improvements.
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. I don't believe I can answer that without having a in-depth conversation with the city manager and the project managers. Any funding that's not included in this would obviously have to come from another funding source, and so that would mean a reprioritization, of projects previously identified by the City Commission.
Well, Stuart Bully City Commission, we just issued bonds tonight, didn't we? So it's possible we would have the opportunity to issue a bond for that.
Mayor Ananda, was that a question, Commissioner Willie?
It kind of was. Maybe I didn't do it well enough.
To who?
Chairman, Finance Director, obviously you all are free to issue debt as you see fit for any projects that you see fit. 21st Street, I don't believe has been spelled out specifically in the CIP for anything other than a bike boulevard. I may be wrong about that, so if I am, I apologize, but to my knowledge, it's not been spelled out. So we'd probably be looking at an amendment to the CIP.
The Stuart Bully City Commission, one thing that we haven't talked about, as we noted the comment from the opponents, we also received comment from the Schuyler Neighborhood Association asking to have a conversation with the city if the bike boulevard was not approved tonight about their traffic management concerns.
Maybe this is a question for Craig or maybe Amanda, I don't know who wants to field it, but would it be easier for us to defer this, vote this down, let you bring back something? I mean, I'm not sure I like the idea of trying to engineer a deal, I guess, on the fly.
Does Vice Mayor Kilday?
Oh, sorry, thank you.
This is City Manager Craig Owens. Yeah, I mean, we'll take another week. We are on some pressing deadlines for all the way these intersect with, literally and figuratively, with the other projects in school restarting in the fall. So one more week we can do something with and reconsider the couple of suggestions that were there and see how the reallocation of this money might or might not work. Consider the legal implications of this and the stakes related to these temporary notes that we have. So yes, we could do all of those things with a week. It's just again, it makes it more difficult for us to execute whatever project we decide on. But a lot of good conversation and input, and I am reading the will of the commission to probably not do this project as staff has recommended tonight.
I think, Stuart Bully City Commission, I think that's accurate reading of the situation. I don't think we're prepared to continue with this project at this point.
Lisa Larson, City Commission, I would concur with that.
Vice Mayor Finkelbein, we have to get the 3 votes. I'd be in that category of 3. I'd be interested in what Commissioner Shipley and Mayor Ananda think as well, but I'd probably be leaning that way for sure.
Mayor Ananda, I think that going forward as it is written, no. I don't hear that any of us are particularly prepared for that motion this evening. So, yes, I think that maybe we want a motion then to defer this for a week.
Stuart Bully City Commission, I'm curious what we're going to gain from a week. City staff is very busy right now on many different things, so I'm not sure that a week is going to, give us this project in a form that would be acceptable. I'm curious. I'm open to a deferral, but what's the goal?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. I would suggest that the goal would be that we're going to have time to look at the 2 or 3 alternatives that were suggested tonight by the commissioners in the discussion, and see how, if there is a way to kind of reallocate these resources, either using this contractor or not. We'll know that in a week. That will at least keep this bid alive with this contractor. I'd say that's worth a week.
Stuart Bully, City Commission, thank you. I move we defer this for a week.
Commissioner Larson, second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffield? Aye. Mayor Nada, aye. That passes unanimously. Item is deferred for 1 week. We will move on now to item 3. Consider initiating a text amendment to Land Development Code to increase occupancy limits and or locations related to temporary shelters as outlined in the staff memo. The request is to defer indefinitely. And so I'm guessing we just need a motion unless a commissioner disagrees with this request.
Commissioner Larson, I make a motion to defer this item indefinitely.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Larson, Mayor Nanda, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Item 4 is considered adopting on first reading ordinance 9754, providing exemption from general prohibition against illegal camping in any public right-of-way or public property located within the area of the city zone CD when there is no available overnight shelter. Again, the action on this item is to defer indefinitely.
Commissioner Larson, I move to defer this indefinitely.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Larson, Mayor Nanda, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. Passes unanimously. So we are ready to move on to commission items. Do we have any future, this is Mayor Nanda, do we have any future agenda items to add, commissioners? Hearing none. Do we have any future work session items to add? Hearing none. Do we have any other items to discuss? At the beginning of the meeting, this Mayor Nanda, I said a thank you to all of our staff and frontline workers and others, and mentioned our census challenge. I just want to reiterate the importance of participating in the 2020 census. Anything else?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I'd like to give the mayor recognition for that fine video she put together. I thought that was very well done, and I appreciated that. I thought that was great, and I hope it gets a lot of attention.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun to do, particularly when you're social distancing with a 10 and 13-year-old as your crew. This former film major was both appalled and delighted with the quality and amount of fun that we had while making that. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Bully. I just want to encourage everybody, as the mayor did, to respond to the census. We don't want Jennifer to have to wear that darn purple shirt.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we will move on to the city manager's report. Ms. Mayor Nanda?
Thank you. This is Craig Owens, city manager, doing the city manager's report. The The main highlights I want to make, first of all, the CARES Stimulus Act funding, we've done a report on that. There was a resolution as well that I'll kind of comment on here. Part of the CARES Act stimulus funding that's pushed out of Washington, D.C., there were several places where they used existing federal programs as the conduit to get money out to do the response as quickly as possible. So we received notice of the $447,000 that is pushed out through that program for response to COVID-19. And as the resolution stipulated, those funds should be used for COVID-19 response. And the Unified Command obviously has been doing nothing but trying to respond to that on the widest variety of community fronts. And I've been very proud and excited, though the circumstances are not what we wish they were, at the unified response this community has made with our partners. And so I think these resources allocated in this way for qualifying expenses, and we still don't have a clarity on what those boundaries will be. The needs here locally are substantial. They will continue to be substantial as we move through this and move into recovery. But I think those funds as a starting point for what we're going to need to do and reimbursement for the challenges that we have on a wide variety of fronts is going to be important. So I did want to note that. I think that's only the beginning of, if you do the math on $2 trillion, more than $2 trillion, and where it all finds itself. In our town here of 100,000 population, there is a substantial amount of money that we should be seeing in a variety of sources just from that first act, the CARES Act funding. And there will be more in various formats that are being looked at in Congress, and we're following those very, very closely. So those are the kind of the comments I wanted to make and report on that portion of it. I'm happy to take any questions on that subject if you have any before I move on.
Commissioner Larson here. I'm Craig. Do you have any idea on how this money is going to be spent on specific projects, or is it going to be directed based on what the Unified Command wants, or could you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. City Manager Craig Owens. I'd say the areas where we're spending quite a bit of time right now, and we've got a lot of people in the community working on it, including all of our partner agencies that are usually in this space, is addressing the more vulnerable populations, congregate living, the unhoused, the unsheltered. When we talk about sheltering in place, that is not a reality for many people in the community. So feeding everybody, trying people that don't have the access to meals that they would normally count on because of the social distancing and the disruption to society. Those are areas that are really are not well addressed, and especially are not well addressed during this unusual time that we're having in the world with the pandemic. So I'd say that's an area where we're kind of identifying how can these CDBG funds help and support that, because the rest of these things are kind of more traditionally sourced and addressed through the partner agencies, Douglas County, City, the hospital, and the public health department, as well as the not-for-profit community, which is substantial here and which has ramped up significantly. So there are a lot of private dollars and not-for-profit dollars that are going towards this, but we think that there's going to need to be, there's significant challenges that are going to need to be addressed, and we think this is a starting point for some of those. The guidelines that we do have on the CDBG, obviously supporting the medical response, the public health responses, those are things that these are also designated for. But I want to say there are some very large sums that have been designated to go through the state, and we do not have word yet on how to access those at the local level but the amount of money that comes out of the CARES Act that goes to things that are targeted specifically at addressing people experiencing homelessness, those that do not have shelter, and to feed people through this crisis in the community, and more so who will be impacted with unemployment challenges. Those are all things that I think are more specifically spelled out in even other federal programs that we expect to have access to. We just don't have the particulars yet, and yet the needs are now. The needs are right now. So those are some of the areas where I would expect that we'll be concentrating. We have been concentrating conversationally, but I think we're going to need to have some actions taken quickly as a community soon.
Thank you, Greg.
This is Mayor Nanda. I think that, you know, as you've described, there are risks associated with making decisions now when we don't necessarily have all of the parameters in front of us. But I think that this ward that I want to fall on, at least, is the one that takes care of our community right now and meets the needs of our community, particularly those that most at risk. I'm thankful for your thoughtful considerations of those issues and your ability to be nimble as you're making those decisions and applying those colors.
Vice Mayor Pinkle, I agree with those statements, and certainly I'm in big support. I was looking at earlier in the week some of the CDBG guidelines, and one of the nice things about it, and hopefully this is going to happen with the ESG grants as well, is that they allow you to recoup expenses you've already spent. So to Mayor Hernandez's point, you know, some of this is a little risky maybe, but you know, you can spend the money now and then reimburse yourself. And that's what they've done with this 400, you know, part of this could be used for that. And though I think the hope is the $5 million, whatever it is, that the state got in ESG grant money, which we hope will be opened up for people like Lawrence to request, will have some of that same language in it, that it's not just going forward, the reimbursing for what you've already done.
Commissioner Larson here. I just want to thank staff for the work that they put into this, and I'm in full agreement that this first monies that we're getting from this pandemic to be used for most vulnerable populations. I totally agree with Craig on that, and I really appreciate their work on it.
Thank you. It really has been a remarkable effort, and with our partner agencies as well, and all the first responders, all the people that in our community that are doing this, making sacrifices, doing small things, but also doing the really substantial things that nobody sees. It's been great to be in Lawrence and see all this, even through this great challenge. The other things I want to note, we're watching all of our revenues very closely. You see the March sales tax report, which doesn't say anything about March. You know, it's delayed, and so the ones that we see in a couple of months are the ones that will be challenging, we expect, but we don't know. You know, there are all sorts of impacts, and there's a lot of economic energy that wasn't happening before that is now, and we don't know how much that would offset, but we'll be watching those very, very closely, along with every city in the country. The other area, the two memos that are there from staff, number 4 and number 5, the deferred policy items, that was really done because I said we know we're going to have to defer things, but we don't want to defer things just because we didn't talk about them. So that hopefully is useful for all of you to track the things that we had ongoing that when the world changed, we had to pause on, and it's going to help us understand that we're not going to forget these items. We're just going to maybe need some different timing on the direction. And it may be that some of them we do need to pause on in a longer period of time just because of the changes that we're experiencing in the world, in this community. But hopefully that's a good tool. If there's some things that you think we missed and that are on your minds that we hadn't attended to in these changes, please let me know and we will make sure to add that, and we'll be tracking these things. And of course, we'd love any input you have on if you'd like to initiate these or change the schedule in some way, decide what you're seeing. And the other one is just planning what we have coming up in the future work sessions and discussion. Again, this is something that we had a lot of things in the queue, and if those don't seem like the appropriate order or substance for the commission to talk about, we'd appreciate feedback on that. We can make those adjustments.
Any questions or thoughts for Craig?
Vice Mayor Finkel, I almost asked this earlier, but we have the February 2020 monthly building permit reports. I mean, obviously we don't have the budget report yet, but do we have any feels? Maybe Amy can answer this. I mean, are people stopping work on projects or pulling back at all, or are you feeling people are just pushing ahead?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. You should see a March report shortly, probably on your next agenda, and we'll be able to take a look at the numbers then. We will also be introducing a feature to that report that compares it to the monthly average to the 2019 monthly average and the 2019 month to month, so March to March. So you'll be able to see that analysis.
Thank you.
Anything else, Craig?
City Manager Craig Owens, no.
All right. Well, I guess we will move on to our calendar items. Pretty slim there. Any items to discuss?
Yeah, actually, I do have Commissioner Larson here. I do have one thing. The land meeting this month, they're going to Zoom that meeting. If anybody's interested in attending that, you can contact land and they'll get you on the list.
Mayor Nanda, anything else for the calendar? Commissioner Larson, is that a public meeting?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Well, so before we make a motion to adjourn, I would like to request a 10-minute break. We can go ahead and make the motion to adjourn, but I would like to request a 10-minute break. We've been sitting here for...
Thank you.
Yeah. So why don't we go ahead and adjourn, and then we'll reconvene after that motion in 10 minutes for our work session.
Commissioner Bowley, move to adjourn.
Second, Commissioner.
Motion by Commissioner Bowley, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye, and Commissioner Larson for that matter. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. We are adjourned, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. my giant puppy curled up on the couch, taking up 2 spots. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Oh, Tony!
Sweet Tony, nice.
Oh.
There was a pet show and tell request. Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome. That was Leo. He really likes local government.
All right, if there are no more pets to show, we'll go ahead and get started on our work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. As a general practice, the Commission will not make decisions on these items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Item 1 on our work session agenda is receive an update on the City of Lawrence's Americans with Disabilities Act self-evaluation and transition plan.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, let me share my screen here.
Who is this?
This is Evan Carenta, the ADA Compliance Manager.
Thank you.
Can everybody see that?
Mayor Nanda, yes, thank you.
All right, well, as I mentioned, my name is Evan Carenta, and I am the ADA Compliance Manager. And tonight I want to provide you with just a quick update on our current progress with accessibility in our city and our plans moving forward. So just a little background, the ADA was passed in 1990, and it provided protection against discrimination for people with disabilities. And the ADA was really broke down into 5 different categories, and these categories were known as titles. Title 1 is employment, Title 2 is state and local government, Title 3 is public accommodations, Title 4 is telecommunications, and Title 5 is miscellaneous provisions. So as far as kind of my jurisdiction with the city and kind of my scope of work, it really falls under Title 2. Basically all facilities, services, and programs operated by the city. And a little background, shortly after the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the federal government said all municipalities have to create a transition plan to make things that are inaccessible as accessible as possible, and you have a short amount of time to do it. So the city of Lawrence adopted its first ADA transition plan in 1992, and they did this through a variety of ways, and the main way is through a self-evaluation process where you actually will do a comprehensive evaluation of all your facilities, services, and programs. Well, since that time, there have been significant changes to regulations and standards, as well as education and a better understanding of access needs for people with disabilities. So we really felt like this would be a great time to reevaluate all the facilities, services, and programs, as well as public rights of way for the city of Lawrence. And we will do this, again, through kind of the same mechanisms by doing a self-evaluation of all of our facilities, services, and programs. And we will actually do this by going in and physically surveying every facility that we run and looking at all the different services and programs that we operate and look and see, are we really providing these in the most accessible way? Are there things that we could do? Are there things that are out of compliance that need to be in compliance? And if so, how do we bring those into compliance? Hence kind of the transition plan. So anything that is non-structural in nature, such as a modification that needs to be made to a service or program, the federal government expects that you do those modifications within a year or less. So if it was a service that the city was operating that was out of compliance, they would recommend that you'd make that access change within a year. anything that's structural in nature, that's a barrier that physically needs to be remodeled, reevaluated, reconstructed, anything like that, they ask that you include on your transition plan, and you can actually schedule that out by priority, and they kind of leave that up to the municipality on what takes priority given what's going on in their city. Typically, the things that take the highest priority are high use areas. So, for instance, City Hall, it's a high use area. So, if we had something that was structural in nature, that was completely out of compliance or didn't meet the new standards, they would expect that would take priority just because of the use of that building. Similarly, the city also has responsibility over the public right-of-way, which includes, our streets, roads, curb cuts, and all of our walkways. And this will be also presented in a separate transition plan, and we will follow the same self-evaluation process and actually be using some of our technology to conduct these self-evaluations, such as LiDAR and some of those things to collect the data. And that will be presented as a standalone plan, just because of the vast amount of data that is collected for the public right-of-way. So that'll be actually its own standalone plan, roughly a year after the transition plan for facility services and programs. One of the functions of an ADA transition plan is they also look for public engagement. So we will achieve this through surveys, the city's website, collaborations with local disability groups, and current city committees. We actually are very fortunate. Lawrence has, some pretty good disability organizations right here in our own backyard that we can collaborate with and help build some of this public engagement. So we've actually started that process already, and we will also be looking to work with, I've had the pleasure to work with a few of our city advisory committees already and do kind of some ADA updates and talk to them about ADA issues, and they've given me some good pointers or things to look at. So I think that's another great way to get some feedback from our community on access issues. As far as our schedule goes, I'd mentioned that our transition plans will be presented into two separate reports, one for facilities, services, and programs, and then one about a year later for our public rights of way. Our timeline for facilities, services, and programs transition plan, our public engagement has actually already started, but kind of came to a halt this spring, and we will continue that through the summer of 2020. Our physical self-evaluations of facilities, services, and programs started as well, and we will continue that through the winter of 2021. In the spring of next year, we will start drafting our transition plan. So we'll take all the information that we found with our facilities, services, and programs and start putting them into a plan to bring them into compliance. And then we'll look at kind of all those items and figure out what do we need to put as our top priority. So high use, high traffic areas, services that we provide that are heavily used, those obviously would get the higher priority and will be phased out in the earlier 1 to 3 year period versus, something that maybe doesn't have as much high traffic or high use, which would be a little bit farther on down the line. And then our plan approval through the City Commission, we hope for the winter of 2021, winter of 2022. And our timeline for our public right-of-way, we will follow kind of the same steps again. We will do our self-evaluation. That actually won't start till the fall of 2020 and will last for 2 years. We figure that it'll take to kind of gather all the data we need to put together a good transition plan for our public rights-of-way. And again, we will use a priority schedule based on kind of high use, high traffic areas. So if there's a crossing or a curb that gets a lot of use, that would be higher on the priority schedule. And again, the plan approval, we hope, will be in the spring of 2023, roughly a year after the facility services and programs. And then we will also kind of moving forward and in the future, we will use these transition plans in our annual planning cycle. So if we know that we have projects coming up, how do we incorporate ADA, on the outset? I know that one of the things that, I've heard mentioned here a few times is making sure that when you do a project, you kind of do it right. So we want to make sure that we're including ADA kind of, on the front end, so we don't have to come in and try to retrofit or do things, on the back end, which can end up being more time consuming and end up costing more money. So we will use kind of these plans to help guide us into the future. And we'll also use a tracking system where we can kind of monitor our progress, that we're able to report back to the community on where we're at, and not only the community but to the commission as well on how are we doing on what we set out to do, and how do we achieve our access for our community moving forward. And then we just hope to come back and update at least annually on kind of the progress we've made and how things are moving forward. So that is kind of my update, and I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Mayor Ananda, thank you for your presentation, Evan. Are there any questions from the commissioners for Evan?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I assume because you didn't say anything different, but just so I'm clear, is all this self-evaluation done by staff, or are we thinking at some point that you hire a consultant or someone else to do any of this?
I think especially for the facility services and programs that will be handled internally by myself, and then we also have an ADA kind of internal transition team that's helping to work on some of this stuff. As far as some of our public rights of way stuff, I know we are working with some other companies and some other technologies on doing some of the public rights of way stuff that can actually go out and kind of take all the measurements and do all those kind of things where you're not having to physically go out and do every single curb cut and sidewalk. But yeah, as far as the facility services and programs, up until this point, we are using staff to do these assessments.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that, it's not serendipitous, but we have an opportunity right now to really assess how compliance fits in when we're talking about an emergency response, and the impact that, we have a very ableist response, not through any kind of intention, but certainly through not looking, I think is probably the best way to describe it. And so I hope that as you're conducting these assessments, particularly in conversations over the next year, we take an opportunity to really look at the impacts and oversights that we've made in this particular instance, but in any emergency situation. I think that we often think from a very ableist perspective on how we respond to these things and how we provide services, whether that's for folks who have physical or mental health disabilities.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and that's one of the things that's been really refreshing since I've been with the city. I've been with the city since October, and being an individual who uses a wheelchair myself, it's been very refreshing. People, the staff that has come up to me and said, hey, why don't you come take a look at this? What do you think of that? So it's been really encouraging, everybody that's kind of on the same page. And a lot of times, you have these people in positions, and and I came from a position that I was at for 12 years doing disability rights and advocacy stuff, and I didn't know what kind of how well I'd be received. Here I'm coming to look at compliance, but from the top on down, it's been a very cooperative, collaborative. Hey, Evan, can you come take a look at this? What do you think of that? Hey, we're thinking about putting this out. So it's been great. And I've also been I'm handling or helping with some of the emergency response and logistics side for MSO. So it's been kind of interesting being on this side as well. So yeah, it's kind of all hands on deck, and it's really neat to see. But I think you're right. We have to look at kind of everything. Anytime we're putting anything out or making any decision, is we have to look at this as a community as a whole, and not just one section or one group of people.
Commissioner Larson here. One thing I appreciate about this presentation is that this kind of runs parallel with our desire to really look at the equity issues in Lawrence. And this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of that and ensure that we are applying or looking at the equity situation of all aspects of our community. So I really appreciate that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay. Evan, thank you very much for this presentation. Thanks for staying up with us so late.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we will move on then to item number 2, receive capital improvement plan prioritization guidelines and direct staff as appropriate.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate you all also staying up with us as we talk about our upcoming CIP and how we want to prioritize those projects. So I'm going to share my screen. And we will just jump right into the presentation. All right. So I will try to go through this quickly. I realize that it's 10:15 already, but we've had some really great conversation tonight, and I'm hoping to continue that with this particular item. So I'll go through a little bit of the background and history of our CIP, talk a little bit about how that is developed, some proposed changes that we're recommending, and then really jump into the prioritization guidelines and get your feedback. This is obviously something that is new for all of us, and so I'm hoping to really get your input on this so that we are using the criteria that you all set forth and deem is really important to bring forward a recommended 2021 to 2025 CIP for you all in June. So with that, we'll start a little bit with the background. The CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, in its current form, has been used since 2017. We have made changes to it over the years to try to ensure that we are as transparent as we can and to try to help improve consistency in reporting and those sorts of things. We have now put together an internal CIP work group that has reviewed these guidelines, and the end product that I'm presenting to you tonight was a product of that group. And so they really have been able to put in a lot of time and energy, and they're really the CIP super users, if you will, in our organization. And now that this recommendation is coming before you, and we can take any feedback that you have back and get that incorporated, that group is going to start working on a CIP policy that we will also bring to you at a future City Commission meeting for your consideration. So the whole reason we put together a CIP is to achieve a few things. First, it allows us to look long-term and beyond the fiscal year or budget year that we're talking about. So this gives us at least a 5-year perspective that we can really look at as it relates to capital improvement planning. It also is a tool that we can use to help establish and articulate to you all and to the public what the needs are in our community, and then create a plan to address those needs. So this is an area that we've really tried to improve on as the CIP has progressed, so that we can really figure out what are our needs in the community related to capital improvements. And then obviously the final component of this is to prioritize projects and ultimately identify funding and bring a full package of projects to you all for consideration and ultimately approval in the upcoming budget. So projects that are included in the CIP have to meet a couple different criteria. The first is that they must cost $100,000 or more, and have a life expectancy of 2 years or more. So generally we think about this as either creating a new asset or enhancing an existing asset to increase the life expectancy for 2 or more years. Very briefly, I will go through kind of the process that we have internally, and then the point to which we present that to you, as well as the Planning Commission. So staff as well as the public are able to submit projects for consideration. While this is happening and while we're going through some scoring, finance staff is putting together different funding projections for the various funding sources that we use to fund projects in our CIP. The part that we're going to really talk about tonight is this process, this scoring process, and the criteria that we want to use. But the way that it will function is that departments will score each of their own projects, and then we will put together a peer review process. That way we don't just have departments scoring and looking at their own projects. We also have an outside group that is also making sure that there are consistency among the different departments related to scoring. After that process has been completed and we know the peer review scores, that's what we will really use for that prioritization process and putting together what has been prioritized internally from staff and what our funding availability is. So that is what we ultimately bring to you all at a city commission meeting for consideration. We also present it to the Planning Commission, and they're looking at it just to ensure that the projects that we have identified comply with the city's comprehensive plan. And as you know, through the budget process, different changes are made to that recommended CIP, but that's generally the process that we go through internally to get it to the point that you all see it and start talking about it. So a couple of proposed changes that we are recommending, and it is really just to break this, what we have today is the CIP, break it out into 3 different sections. So the first would be capital projects that are really one-time in nature. So these would be the big street reconstructions, facility projects, those sorts of big one-time projects that have a defined scope and location. The next would be to have a plan that specifically looks at vehicles and equipment. And this is already reviewed internally by our fleet manager, and that will continue to happen. But all of those projects will be in a separate document so that we can just look at vehicles and equipment separately. And then finally, we would have a maintenance program. These dollars are already included in departmental operating budgets, so that wouldn't be a change, that would continue. But what it would do is pull those projects out of our CIP that we would present to you and have it in a separate document. So the information will still be there, but instead of one really, really big document, you'll have to break it out into these separate categories. And the reason that we are proposing this is because the one-time projects really are better suited to go through this prioritization process. And a lot of the maintenance programs that we have in place already have kind of a built-in prioritization process established. So those would continue to happen. You all would still have the project detail sheets related to those maintenance programs. So none of that would change. It would just be called out in a separate document. Okay, so now that we have talked about kind of the history and the background, we will jump into the 9 different scoring categories. So I will try to go through these relatively quickly. I have a lot of slides, but I think I can get through them pretty quick. But the 9 categories are long-term planning, health and public safety, infrastructure, regulatory compliance, external funding, impact on operating budget, quality of life, location and timing, and equity and sustainability. So each of these is structured in that we have kind of a high-level summary, key questions that we will ask when we are going through the scoring process, and then a kind of a scoring rubric, if you will, that will get a score from 1 to 5. So we'll start with the summary of the long-term planning. And this is to determine the extent to which the proposed project aligns with our current comprehensive plan, various master plans, strategic plans, whether that be citywide or departmental, and the extent to which there's been community engagement related to it. This will also include documents that have been prepared internally to ensure that we're adhering to industry best practices. So the key questions that we will ask ourselves are related to whether or not the proposed project is contained in one or more long-term planning document, the extent to which it is listed as a high priority, or whether it has become a high priority over time. How does the project align with the asset management goals of the city? Has the project been fully developed and defined? Do we know the scope of the project? And has there been any public discussions about the project? And what is the extent to which there is community support for it? So projects on receiving a score of 1 are projects that that are not seen in any of our long-term planning documents, whereas projects that receive a 5 in this category are ones that are established in those documents, or they've been determined to be a high priority, and they've been well vetted. So the next one is health and public safety. So these are projects that improve the overall health and safety of our community. So it might be things like trails, recreation facilities, roads, as well as projects that improve the safety of employees. The other thing that's important to note within this category is that it also includes any projects that proactively manage risk. So some of the key questions that we will ask ourselves related to this category is how would the proposed project impact the health, well-being, and safety of Florence residents and employees, and how widespread is that impact? What is the degree of seriousness of the health and safety issue being addressed? Does the proposed project help to assist the city respond more effectively and efficiently in emergency situations? And does the project address a serious risk or liability issue? And again, to what extent would this project impact that risk or liability? So projects receiving a 1 do not have a health and safety component to them, and those receiving a 5 directly address serious health and safety issues that have a widespread impact in our community. The next category is infrastructure. So these are projects that address our infrastructure needs throughout the community, whether it be sidewalk, streets, lighting, parking, facilities. And some of the key questions we'll ask is whether or not this project is needed. So is this a want or a need? If improving the infrastructure, if we are improving infrastructure we already have in place, what is the likelihood that that existing infrastructure will fail, and or what are the consequences if that existing infrastructure were to fail? So trying to get at what the severity of the project is if we don't move forward with it. Then we will also ask, does the project address a facility that's beyond its useful life? Is it supported by life cycle analysis versus replacement? Will the project promote new growth? And does the project foster safe and accessible modes of travel? So projects receiving a 1 in this category would be projects that don't really address, that either have a low impact and it addresses either new or existing infrastructure. And then those with a 5 would be projects that have a high impact and address existing infrastructure. And the ancillary benefits of that project is well defined. I do think it's important to note in this category that we have put a maximum score for a new facility at a 3. And this is to account for really wanting to take care of the things that we have before we start building new additional things. So that's one area that I wanted to really make sure and call out here because it is a little bit different than some of the other categories. All right, the next is regulatory compliance. So scores in this category will be related to whether or not there's a mandate, such as the EPA, for example, has a number of mandates related to a number of the functions that we have. We just heard a presentation about the Americans with Disabilities Act and some of the regulations related to that, traffic control standards and other applicable state and federal laws and regulations. In this category, we also include self-imposed ordinances. So you all, not that long ago, had conversations about energy efficiency and the extent to which the city wanted to move forward with that. So that would be included in this category as well, because that's a self-imposed ordinance that we have put in place. So some of the key questions related to this is, does the project address a current regulatory compliance issue? Are we proactively addressing something that we foresee to be a mandate in the next 5 years, or no, it will be a mandate in the foreseeable future? And does the project have a lasting impact on promoting regulatory compliance long term? So projects receiving a 1 in this category will be items that do not address a regulatory compliance issue and don't have that component to them. And projects receiving a 5 resolve a pressing or long-term regulatory compliance issue that needed to be addressed. And again here, I want to call out the middle score of a 3. We have established here that this is the maximum score for self-mandated projects. And the rationale that we used and the discussions that the group had was really tying this back to how we score our programs citywide in our priority-based budgeting. And because it's a self-mandate and it's something that we do have the power to change in the future if we wanted to, it does have a lower maximum score. So I want to call that out because that may be an area of discussion for you all as we move forward. All right, so the next one, and we're almost done going through all of them, is the external funding component. And so this is the extent to which the requested project is anticipated to receive funding from other sources outside of the city, whether that be state funding or federal funding or a joint project with the county. So the scoring scale related to this is really the extent to which the project is funded by some other entity outside of the city. The next one is the impact on operating budget. So I think this is an important component that we maybe don't talk about as much as maybe we should, or we haven't talked about it maybe as much as we should in the past, but it's an important component to consider as we look at CIP projects. And this is really trying to determine if the project being requested is going to increase our operational budget or decrease it, or it may have no impact. So for example, adding a new facility may very likely require hiring additional staff, whereas if we do some energy efficiency improvements, it may actually reduce the costs related to our utility bills, for example. So some of the key questions that we will ask ourselves is whether or not the proposed project will require additional staff. Is there additional maintenance required, additional equipment? Will the proposed project reduce staff time and reduce resources that are currently being allocated to it? Are there energy efficiencies of the project that may reduce the operating budget? Is the project related to a revenue generating opportunity? And what is the extent to which there is revenue generating, and will that cover the cost of the project? And then will the project help grow a strong, diversified economic base that may help set other costs? So the scoring scale related to this, projects that receive a 1 have a negative impact on the budget and will require additional money to operate, whereas you get projects on the other side, and those receiving a 5 actually have a positive relationship to the operational budget. So we actually see a positive return on that particular project. All right, the next one is quality of life. So this is the quality that makes the city a favorable place to live, work, raise children, and the overall quality that draws people to Lawrence. So some of the key questions that we will ask is, does the project enhance the overall quality of life for a wide range of community members? Will the project promote new residents, businesses, or visitors to the community? Does the project serve to preserve the city's residential neighborhoods? Does the project help create a beautiful and clean community, promote responsible uses of resources, or encourage widespread participation in a variety of recreational and cultural activities accessible to all community members? So again, one on this is that it does not impact the overall quality of life for those that live and work in Lawrence, whereas the 5 scoring has a really highly positive impact on the quality of life for those that live and work in Lawrence. The next criteria, and there are just a couple more, is timing and location. So as we heard earlier today, a number of projects are interwoven between one another. So there may be projects that require one project to be completed before it can start, and vice versa. And so this is our ability really to kind of gauge whether or not this project is critical in regards to timing of another related project, or if there's a possibility to do 2 projects at once to reduce the overall cost of a project. So some of the key questions are, when is the project needed? Do projects require others to be completed first, or vice versa? Does this need to be done before others can be started? And whether or not this project can be done in conjunction with other projects, and will it reduce the overall number of neighborhood disruptions from year to year? So we obviously don't want to go into a neighborhood 2 or 3 times if we can do it all at the same time, that sort of thing. And is the existing facility at or near the end of life? Because that's also another consideration if we're talking about some facility needs. Knowing that useful life of the current facility is a key component of that. So the scoring scale related to this is a 1 does not have a critical timing or location component, whereas a 5 has both a critical time and location component. And then finally, we are at the equity and sustainability criteria. So this is really acknowledging that as a city, we want to move towards more equitable and sustainable practices, and try to be able to capture that in our CIP projects as well. So the 2 key questions related to this is whether or not the project impacts populations of differing incomes, races, education levels, language skills, ages, physical or mental abilities, and other vulnerable populations, and does the project help meet the sustainability goals of the city? So the scoring scale related to this, projects receiving a 1 do not impact the ability of disenfranchised or vulnerable populations to access services or improve livelihoods, and it does not impact the city's ability to achieve established sustainability goals. Whereas projects that receive a 5 in this category will have a significantly positive impact on disenfranchised or vulnerable populations' ability to access services, as well as a significantly positive impact on our ability to meet our established sustainability goals. So that was a lot of questions and criteria to go through. But I think one of the really important components of this is the weighting component. And this is an area that I really hope to get feedback from you all regarding, because internally this has changed a number of times. So as you can see, most of the criteria have a weighted score of 2. There are three criteria that do not. So the first one is health and public safety, and this has a higher weight of a 3. The other one is regulatory compliance, and that has the highest weight at a 4. And then finally, there is equity and sustainability, and this has a score of 1. So I wanted to give a little bit of background on that before we get into some of the discussions with you all. Several of the communities that we looked at related to equity and sustainability had established plans in place that criteria tied back to directly. So it was, what is the extent to which this project helps us achieve the goals established in X, Y, and Z. So I know we have in the 2020 budget a climate protection plan that I think would be a really good thing to tie to this criteria. And we're moving forward in a number of directions, but that was part of the logic and the rationale behind why this was a 1 versus a 2 or a 3 or a 4. So I wanted to give a little bit of that background, but I would be curious to hear from you all what your thoughts are on the weighting. One of our goals is to have a score out of 100. I think it makes it easier when we look at different prioritizations if we can have a nice round number. So as we're having those conversations, I think it's good to recognize that if we want to increase or decrease any of these, we talk about where we would want that to come from. So not a hard and fast policy, but I think it makes it a little bit easier when we bring all of these weighted projects back to you all if we have that score be out of 100. So I'm hoping to ask you all these kind of 3 big policy questions to help start the conversation and the discussion. I also, before I go over these, want to say that whatever we do and whatever we come up with, whatever direction you all give tonight, doesn't have to be set in stone. I think this is something that as we go through this a couple of times, we may want to come back and reevaluate it and look at it again and see what priorities have changed and maybe what's working well in this prioritization and what's not. So with that, there are kind of 3 big questions that I want you all to consider as we talk about that. And that is, do you have any concerns with the summary key questions or scoring scales that we have identified? Is there anything that we're missing in this that you think we need to consider as we're looking at our CAP projects? And are the weightings that have been established appropriate, or are there changes that you all would like to see reflected in the various categories or in some of the weightings that we have? So that concludes my presentation, and would love to get your feedback on this and answer any questions you may have.
This is Mayor Ananda. I have a couple of things to kind of get us started, I guess, for the conversation. And I also received an email kind of pointing out these issues to some extent as well. One is that equity and sustainability, while often lumped as an other well-intentioned space, I think that when we're looking at equity, it correlates more with what you're talking about around quality of life and ensuring that quality of life is impacted in an equitable way. I think that when we're looking at sustainability and equity with a ranking of 1, I think that the City Commission came back with a pretty aggressive timeline very recently on sustainability initiatives. And so to give that a 1, does feel like a pullback on that a little bit. And I guess the 2 other things, and this is a bit of a shotgun blast of information, so I apologize. When we're talking about prioritization, I think that as we move forward with the strategic plan that will inform our priority-based budgeting, it will also inform kind of the ranking or weight, I guess is the term that we're using in this context of what those look like. And so it might be a little, and granted, I know we need to move forward with these projects while we're also working on the strategic plan, which has been put off. But I wonder how that's going to inform those priorities and those weights
And then the other piece that I would say around equity, when you're talking about the summaries or key questions or scoring scales, when we're talking about equity, I think that we put a very different lens on that conversation and certainly address, to me, how we prioritize that without a strategic plan around this issue, which I would love to see, is are we looking at, are we not having a negative impact, or are we engaging in an anti-racist way with these? In other words, not having a negative impact versus having a positive impact, right? And so I think that kind of flips that term on its head, and you know, it's not something that I've thought of. I think that there are really terrific books on this lens and this perspective. Ibram Kendi is probably the foundation for that conversation. But I would love to see us start looking at these questions from that perspective, not what negative impact are we not having, but what positive impact are we having on whom and to what extent. That's all I got.
Commissioner Larson here. Yeah, the sustainability category, it seems to me that I would rate that as equal to public safety, because it actually is a public safety, and I base that on the fact that you're including climate change or climate protection plan as part of that sustainability. But you know, I am concerned that it was receiving only a 1, because how can we meet those lofty goals that we set in the recent resolution if we're going to give a category weight of basically the lowest that we have on our list here? Because climate change, sustainability I do think is a public health, public safety and health situation. And so I'm really concerned that we are somewhat seems like, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, we're kind of putting this on the back burner a little bit, and that concerns me, because I don't see if we you know, keep this category weight what it is, I don't see how that's going to help us meet those goals going forward.
This is Craig, City Manager Craig Goins. I'd encourage everybody to not get fixated on what we presented here, but rather make it your own. This is very much a starting point. So you need to build the machine that's going to produce the priorities of how we spend huge amounts of resources on behalf of this community. It's really all your space. So this is a starting point. Please tell us what you want from this, and because this machine that you're building here through this process is going to be very directional. So if you want to make it a 5 weighting, by all means do it. Just understand that probably the way this is initially presented to you reflects the way this community's probably been prioritizing naturally without talking about it, if that helps. So don't be too worried about what you're seeing in front of you. You get to change all these numbers if you want. Just know it's going to spit out a whole list of projects, and you may be surprised at what it does, and pleasantly surprised.
So, Stuart Bowley, City Commissioner, you know, your reference to this is how we've been doing it, and this is kind of the background for what we see here. I see a couple of things that concern me. One is I applaud that we're looking at the impact on the operating budget, but I think that needs to be weighted perhaps more, just as sustainability may need to be weighted more. You know, that there has been a tendency to overlook the operating impact of the facilities that we have brought forward. And I think that's something we need to be weighting higher. The other thing is infrastructure. I think that, from the ETC survey, we've seen that people are concerned about our infrastructure, and so weighting that higher might also be something we should be considering. A question is, we started doing CIPs in a serious way, I think, in the 5-year CIP in 2017, and we've been making adjustments. I'm interested in finding something that we can essentially agree on and use as a consistent tool over time. I hope that's the direction that we're going, that we won't be involved in reconfiguring this year in and year out. Is that our goal here?
Well, it'll be Craig Owen, city manager. This will be that will be true as long as those that are holding those positions think it should be true.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Finkelbein, one question I have related to sustainability. I have a couple other points too, but start with that. I was a little confused between long-term plans, regulatory compliance, and then maybe how that ties into sustainability. I mean, if we have a climate plan, is that a long-term plan? But is that also a regulatory compliance issue when we talk about self-imposed ordinances? I didn't know exactly what that meant. And then how does that relate to sustainability? I mean, I guess you get points in all those categories, but I guess my question is, what is the difference between a long-term plan and a self-imposed ordinance?
That's a good question. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. And the long-term plan, and I think the regulatory compliance and the sustainability that you talked about do all interrelate in a lot of ways. When our work group was talking about this, they talked about the sustainability action that you all took not too long ago as regulatory compliance. And that's really where they saw that fit. Whereas I think I'm hearing other comments tonight related to that, which I think is really beneficial. So I think all of these things are interrelated. And you probably would, if there was a project that clearly met the goals established in the Climate Action Plan, it would score higher in both the long-term planning category as well as in the regulatory compliance category as well as sustainability. And I think it's trying to acknowledge that we've said this is a really big priority in our community and look at all the boxes that it's checking because we keep saying time and time again, this is an area of emphasis. So I think that's how all of these things kind of interrelate and weave together.
Vice Mayor Finkelbein, thank you for that. I think that was the point missed on most all of us, or at least people who wrote in, and when I read it, we see sustainability in the last category, and it looks like it's not very important, but it sounds like the kind of reverse is true, that it gets hit in a lot of categories. That's important.
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Commissioner, sorry, I'm sorry, Brad. Commissioner Larson here. When you talk about the regulatory compliance, and that's kind of putting the renewable energy with the regulatory compliance, I would caution us that many times regulatory compliance does not address climate change issues to the extent that we are trying to define it for ourselves. And so we're putting that in a category of self-imposed, I think that's what we're calling it, self-mandated projects, which can only have a maximum score of 3. So I would caution us to just lump the sustainability in the regulatory compliance because, again, many regulations don't even go that far. We're just not at that national level like that, nor statewide for that matter.
Vice Mayor Finkelby, question or comment / question. Did you consider, Danielle, your group, did you consider using a 0 to 5 instead of a 1 to 5? I mean, we're scoring out of 100, but really we're scoring from 20 to 100. So we only have an 80-point spread as opposed to a 100-point spread. Did you consider that?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. We did not, we touched on it, but I would not say we went into a great amount of detail in terms of do we want it to be 1 to 5 or 0 to 5. I think most of our conversation was really focused on those other weightings. But if that's something that you all are interested in, it's certainly an accommodation that we could make, relatively easily.
Vice Mayor Finkelby, well, as I went through this, I tried to run a couple scenarios in my mind, and I ran some spreadsheets about how, these might spread out. And I guess, maybe, mathematically, it doesn't make a big difference by a point or two, but, I mean, it feels weird when, for example, regulatory compliance, and the answer is it has no impact on regulations. So I give that a 1 because that's the lowest score I can give it, but that gives it 4 points. Whereas if I go down to equity and sustainability and I give it a 4 out of 5, it kind of feels like it's negated itself out because, well, regulatory got 4 points and it's got just got a 1 there. I think the same, I kind of felt the same to Stuart's point on impact on the operational budget. When a 1 is, it has a negative impact on the budget, I kind of feel like I don't like the idea that it gets 2 points for that. I'd rather give it a 0 there and not give it any points. So I think maybe by adding a 0 in there, 1, you spread the scores between 0 and 100, but you also maybe give a little more differentiation. And assuming when people are looking at these scores, if there's I could see a situation where you could get a couple zeros in a few categories, but still score high, and have the same scores as another project that was more balanced. Anyway, again, I just think having zeros in there might send some messages and make it work a little better. Just my 2 cents.
This is Mayor Arnaldo, I agree with that. It's a good assessment. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah. Commissioner
Shipley has been waiting very patiently
sorry.
for a very long time.
Sure. This is kind of ties in, I think, kind of with what he's saying, and I think my question would be more for staff since they're going to be doing the evaluation on each other's projects. So, like you're saying, 1 might be having no effect, for example, in equity and sustainability, and 5 is having a negative effect, whereas another 1 might be impact on budget, something that has no cost, and something that makes money, or that costs money versus something that makes money. So the inconsistency is, if, for lack of a better term, 1's positive, 5 is positive for 1, and 5 is negative for another 1. Is that going to make it more confusing for staff when they looked at it? Was that difficult for them to reconcile?
So this Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I think you all are struggling with the exact same things that work group struggled with, which is how on earth, with all of these things, do we prioritize all of these different competing values? And I think that's a really difficult thing, and it's a really difficult thing as staff to bring a recommendation to you all, because when we started, we did have more ones, and we had everything up to a 5, and as you can see, what we presented tonight was mostly 2s. Because we struggled with those very things that you all are talking about, and really hope to get a lot of that direction from you all to say, what is it that you prioritize, so that we can implement, your priorities, and bring back something that hopefully aligns with those. Commissioner Shipley, to your point about some of them being positive and negative, we did have some of those conversations. But I think with how the scoring will end up, it's really that final score that we're going to be focusing on. And so that was really the focus of our conversations. But yes, that's a great question.
Commissioner Larson here. So let's go back and talk about the operational budget that was discussed earlier. And on the scoring scale, it receives a 1 if it has a negative impact on the budget. So how would that be in a situation where we have a service that we're providing, or a project or whatever, take for instance our transit system doesn't make money, but it's a very valuable project or very valuable service that we provide. So I would be concerned that we could potentially have low scores for those types of projects. And so I'm concerned about that.
Vice Mayor, think about it. I mean, I could see that, but I think something like that would get a high, quality of life and some other scenarios. Yeah, when I did this in my mind, when I ran some spreadsheets, I picked solar panels, the splash park in East Lawrence.
Yeah,
and,
so I did.
And a road project, and I mean, some of those have zeros, and, in my mind, when I went to play, use the zeros, I mean, they're just completely different types of projects. They're all important projects, but they're going to score completely differently. But I could see why the committee struggled with this and why you ended up with a lot of 2s, because, it's really hard to say, is quality of life more important? I mean, the splash park is a negative on the budget, and is, whatever, it's not has zero regulatory compliance, but boy, howdy, it's good for quality of life, and it's in our long-term plan, so I do think we can get a little, if you start spreading these out, but as Craig said, you might be surprised by what you get and which projects, you don't end up with. So, kind of having a lot of the 2s, I can see why you came back to that, because it starts to really skew these. But again, you want to reflect your priorities, and I certainly will think we're talking about. I would say for me, the one, the external funding, it seemed to me that, we got 1 point, really 2 points after being weighted 0 to 20%, and then you have this category. It almost seemed like to me you could eliminate that as part of the weighting and give it like a, make it like a bonus point or something, because I really don't like chasing after other dollars. I mean, if it's not a high priority for other reasons, just because someone's paying for 20% of it doesn't mean it, should jump another project, in my mind. So I could almost see it, almost as a, well, certainly maybe 0 to 20. Again, if you have 0 points in here, it might make a difference too. And I'd make it 0 for anything like 0 to 30% or something. That way we're not chasing the dollars and then go up from there, or maybe leave it that way. But I felt like this weighted a little too strong on the benefit of external funding. I'd rather, focus on what we want and then see where the dollars fall afterwards.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm going to go back to the splash park for just a minute. When I'm thinking about that, I don't see that that has a significant negative impact on the budget at all because there's no staff associated with it. Much of what we spend from the general fund is what, 70% of it's for staffing. So, you know, to compare the splash park with Rock Chalk, where we have significant staff and have significant operational costs, the benefit of, you know, the Rock Chalk is serving more people than the splash park would. But, you know, for something like the splash park, I don't see that as having a significant negative effect on the budget at all. And I think that those are the kinds of things that the staff would have to be talking about when they do the scoring. So I see that as neutral at worst.
Yeah, and because it's like people, I don't disagree with it, which again is the limitation of the system, because, you know, and again, the zero might help, but you have one being a negative impact, two being a kind of negative, I mean a lesser negative impact, and then three is neutral, and then 4 and 5 are positive. So the difference between, you know, Rock Chalk Park and the Splash Park is 2 points, you know. You know, but again, at some point you're going to have to, you know, really look at that. And again, my guess is, you know, as with everything, these points will be the starting point. But it's not a religious, I mean, it's not like once these points are the Bible or whatever, you know, we're not going to just follow them to the nth degree. We'll have to look at each project and say, well, this got low points, but this is important, and we're going to move it up the list because, or we're going to move it down the list because, you know, which again is another reason I don't think we need to, I mean, we need to be, I mean, this is important. I'm just saying you don't have to overkill it, because I think in the end we're going to be looking at the project and, you know, have to talk about it.
This is Mayor. I think that this speaks pretty clearly to the need to consider the strategic plan once we have that completed, as well as, you know, the implementation of priority-based budgeting. That's the whole point of this, is that we create a rubric on which to make decisions, and there are going to be multiple factors that are beneficial for some projects and detrimental for others, and how we weigh those are important. I think that when we dig into the nitty-gritty of applying specific projects, then we're putting ourselves in a position of not using the rubric for what it's meant to be used for in some ways. I think it's good to run test cases, but I also think that, you know, this is a tool for us to create, and maybe thinking through those individual experiences is important, but it will allow us to not have to spend this time pouring through every single project when we know that staff has run it through this process, when we understand the application of those considerations, and they've considered our prioritization. So it provides kind of a framework, I think, for us to make decisions, but it also alleviates this need to pick apart every single project, which then becomes, you know, subject to, you know, the whim of the moment, versus staying very focused on our strategic long-term plans. That's kind of my perspective on that. Is it's dangerous to pick apart an algorithm sometimes when they're right 80% of the time. You have to make the algorithm right.
Commissioner Bowley, I have a question for staff. Is the purpose for breaking this into 3 different areas of consideration to essentially only score programs that actually need to be scored, rather than the maintenance projects and the vehicle hire purchases?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. And yes, that is the intent and the purpose of this, is to really just focus on those one-time capital projects and run those through this, because a lot of those maintenance, their programs, their annual allocations, they may change and fluctuate a little bit year over year, but we need to maintain the stuff that we have. And to a large extent, the equipment and vehicles are the same way. So yes, this is just those one-time big projects.
Commissioner Boley again. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the maintenance aspect of this, that one component? How many dollars are we talking about roughly?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I would say that's a significant portion of what we present to you, had presented to you on an annual basis within the CIP. The one I like to pick on is our water line replacement and relocation program. That's a multi-million-dollar program that we have annually. But again, we're not necessarily adding new, and we'll try to pull those projects out if we do want to use those dollars for a new project or tie it to something else. But that's a significant amount of dollars that we allocate annually, but it's very programmatic in nature. So we still will provide that detail to you, but we would not prioritize it through this process.
Granted, but do you have can you just tell us, roughly how much of the CIP are we talking about in that third category? How many dollars?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I don't have that offhand, and I don't want to throw out a number off the cuff at 11 o'clock at night, but it's certainly something we could get to you, because we're going through that analysis right now. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I had a question about that too. And where you draw the line between a maintenance and a new project, like, example would be if we had to, redo the pool, the swimming pool, is that a new project or is that a maintenance project?
That's a good question. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. So that one we would classify, even though it's maintaining something that we have through this CIP process, because it's one time in nature and we're extending the life of that, assuming it meets the $100,000 threshold. The projects we would be pulling out are really the maintenance programs that we have funding allocated to on an annual basis. So those are really the things that we'll pull out of this process and focus more on the things in the CIP that maybe have funding over 1, 2, or 3 years, but it's not an annual appropriation to maintain some of the functions that we have.
Commissioner Boley, would that include the Mill and Overlay program?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. Yes, that would be in the maintenance component of this. Although if there are significant, like if we know that there's a significant mill and overlay project that we want to complete in 2021, we would try to pull those dollars out of that maintenance money and move it into that one-time CIP. But if it's just a part of our normal mill and overlay program that we have, we would keep it in that programmatic budget.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Finkel, that is helpful. The other related question I wonder is Captain Coffey's not here, so we can make fun of him. What about the $1 million fire trucks? Is that in a vehicle replacement line, or is that in the CIP where we compare it to other projects?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. That would be called out in that vehicle and equipment replacement program. So it would still be called out, but that's where you would see that instead of in this process.
Commissioner Larson here. So the maintenance program, in each of these programs, we're going to see all those documents. Is that correct?
That is correct, Danielle Bushcutter.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, I do think it's important that we come to, develop a program, a long-range plan to gauge and measure and do the metrics for our CIP, and I think since it is our long-range plan that we do need to have something that is a little bit more rigorous than I think. We had a good start in 2017. I think this is just the next level of it, and that's what I appreciate about it. And we'll just go from there. Commissioner Larson here, one more thing. I do think that if on this matrix here, that I don't think, it seems to me that sustainability and equity are just, to be in the same category, I struggle with that very much, because I do think that they represent different aspects of our community. I do think sustainability is a health issue when you talk about climate change, and I appreciated Mayor Ananda's comments about equity being quality of life, because I do think that that does fit in better.
City Manager Craig Owens, I think, and Danielle, please jump in and correct me, but I think it's important to get the categories set pretty early. The weighting, we can change on a spreadsheet. And you know, you can kick out a new product every time. But we're going to score against the categories. And so I think you all feeling like they're accurate in the things that at least everything on there should be on there, and that they're grouped appropriately. So that's probably getting consensus on that as soon as possible is a priority. And I've heard separate out equity and sustainability, and I think we can definitely do that. Changing the weighting and having the conversation where you all agree that this is what is going to kick out is a good thing. I just, to Commissioner Bowley's conversation about, are we going to have a steady, predictable, long-range plan for these very long-range projects? That's important too. So we don't want to mess with it too often, but I'd say the first priority is get those categories right. Those are the values. They include all of the values that you think really need to be included in the consideration of how we spend these really big resources.
All right, Mayor. Single dialogue. I agree with what folks have said. I would separate equity and sustainability. And again, to the extent you're trying to keep the categories down, external funding is the one either I would lump in with impact on the operational budget somehow, or make it a bonus category. I think the rest of them I would stick with.
I am on board with separating the equity and sustainability. I don't want to dilute the impact on the operational budget. I'm concerned about that. I think we need to keep that as a separate category. So I would deal with the external funding by reducing the weighting.
Yeah, Commissioner, I agree with that, to just drop that weight down. And if we're going to separate sustainability as well as equity, then whether or not we can possibly massage some of the names of these categories to better reflect what it's going to represent.
Other thoughts from commissioners? I feel like we cleared all that up.
Like mud.
If I may, one more comment, Craig Owens, City Manager. I've used this kind of model for almost 20 years, and it really does. I want to let you know, it's a starting point. This happens without using a tool anyway. Each of you then has to figure out, how do you do the apples, oranges and bananas comparison, and your weighting factors individually, and sometimes talking about them, sometimes not. This is a much better way to do that, especially in the complexity of a city like Lawrence. And the other thing is, I'd say, don't worry if it's not perfect, because you're supposed to then apply your political sense, and you will pluck a few projects out and move them on the list. Hopefully you're not doing very much of that, because you'll see that that's really difficult. But if you do a few of those just to not have to obsess about perfection of the model, it takes the pressure off.
Mayor Ananda, is there anything else?
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, I wouldn't be upset if Lawrence used this for 20 years. That's my take on it.
I think that, yeah, Commissioner Larson, I think that's where you'll see the real impact of it is if we can use it over time versus switching every couple of years. We've got to let something work, and it takes time for things, incremental progress. That's what it's about.
Commissioner Bowley, and we've been learning and making improvements, and I appreciate the work. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Before we sign off this evening, I do want to say thank you to Kurt and Porter and Sherry for getting us all where we are right now. I know that you all have been working diligently to make sure this process functions, and it did very well this evening, so thank you for that. Also want to give an award to Sore Bully for identifying himself most regularly on the video tonight. It's a steep learning curve, and I think everyone has done a good job. So thank you all for your patience and your grace as we've kind of worked through our technology here. And with that, good night.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.